Hi, I'm Kylie Crocus.
And I'm Tyler Moyer, and this is a special report for the Voice of Duquesne Live Election Night 2025.
So, a lot of time we'll be focusing on the Pittsburgh mayoral candidates. So we have Corey O'Connor and Tony Moreno. A little bit about them. Corey O'Connor, he was actually a Duquesne Duke alumni. He went here to Duquesne. We have in 2012 to 2022, he was part of the Pittsburgh City Council. He represented District 5 for a decade, focusing on legislation for equity, health, and sustainability. Some of his legislative achievements were authorizing Paid Sick Days Act. It was upheld by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. He advocated for affordable housing accountability in new developments and collaborated with agencies to reconstruct flood-prone infrastructure. Now, he's the Allegheny County Controller from 2022 to the present day. He took office on July 10th, 2022, and that's pretty much what we have on Corey O'Connor. If you want to talk about Tony Moreno.
Tony Moreno,
You owe me.
he's a retired Pittsburgh police officer, and he's a current Republican candidate. His job history includes serving as a Pittsburgh police detective before retiring. His long tenure in law enforcement has shaped much of his public persona and campaign messaging.
So clearly he feels very strongly about the public safety of Pittsburgh.
Yeah. His main focus is public safety and opposing tax increases.
When it comes to public safety, Corey O'Connor is focusing on funding and staffing public safety services. He plans to restore dedicated community and neighborhood resource policing units. He plans to further develop the co-responder program. He plans on establishing public safety resource hubs, and he wants to create accessible, open public safety data dashboards that include all data on crime and year-over-year trends.
Moreno sees crime and safety as the biggest challenge for the city of Pittsburgh. He emphasizes his law enforcement background and how he wants to strengthen police-to-community relations.
So we see public safety is a big topic in any city, especially a big city like Pittsburgh, and both candidates seem to have a lot of care for the safety of the city, which is relieving to see, and plan to do a lot with that. When it comes to financing and budgeting, which is also a big thing, given that Corey O'Connor is currently and was the Allegheny County Controller, so he oversees financial operations and he acts as an advocate to taxpayers. As mayor, he'd plan on implementing strategic debt management practices and creating a capital stabilization reserve. He wants to investigate and relocate idle funds and reform vendor contracting.
Moreno has said that he does not want to raise taxes, and he wants to manage city finances to have more responsibility.
A lot of things can go into budgeting, and I feel like it's a big, it kind of covers a lot of things. It covers housing, it covers funding the public safety,
Funding homelessness,
housing, education. So really looking at the way both of these candidates view budgeting is very crucial to understanding their plans as mayor.
Yeah, like what they're going to do.
Yeah.
As far as Moreno's concerned, he's expressed concern about housing affordability, but he hasn't really laid out any plans publicly.
When it comes to housing for Corey O'Connor, he plans on fixing the broken permitting and zoning system. He wants to encourage housing abundance and affordability across Pittsburgh by utilizing all available funding and strategic interventions. He wants to work with the Urban Redevelopment Authority to use the Housing Opportunity Fund to create and preserve affordable units, and he plans on proposing a transit-oriented development zoning overlay district. And obviously, housing citizens is extremely crucial. So these are all obviously big things to look into, because the well-being of the people in the place you want to be mayor of would be extremely important. So that's definitely a big thing. And on the topic of housing, obviously homelessness is a big thing in Pittsburgh, as it would be in a lot of major cities. So with O'Connor, he plans on advocating for and supporting housing insecure Pittsburghers by appropriately funding rental housing assistance programs. He's encouraging the wide-scale production of new houses, housing units, and especially workforce housing, which is incredible. He's leading the city as a true regional partner in fostering and supporting wraparound services for our most vulnerable neighbors, because even the people who don't have a home, it doesn't matter what situation somebody's in, they still live here. And he wants to prioritize helping people get off the streets permanently and into housing or support systems, not responding to a negative article in the news by clearing away tents and playing whack-a-mole with people's lives.
Okay, yeah. Moreno's position on this, he leans more towards enforcement and city cleanliness. He hasn't really shared publicly how he would balance that with, shelter or housing solutions. He hasn't really, in general, just hasn't really shared like his stance on homelessness, despite it's a big thing in Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Some interesting things that we could talk about with Corey O'Connor, at least. His father was mayor of Pittsburgh, Bob O'Connor. He was the mayor. He passed away in 2006 after being in office for less than a year. He has a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, and you could say he's a family man. He is known for his approachable style and deep ties to Pittsburgh's neighborhoods. His decision to run for mayor was strongly supported by his wife, who encouraged him to embrace the opportunity despite the challenges of balancing public service and family life, but here he is making it work and trying to balance that out. He also, as Allegheny County Controller, I keep going back to that, but it's a big part of financial security of Pittsburgh. He serves on the retirement board, the investment board, the depository board, and jail oversight board. With that, he advocated for environmental benchmarks for county climate efforts, the health and safety reforms for incarcerated individuals, and ethics reforms on the retirement board. So overall, he shows, along with his approachable being and mentality and kind of public persona, if you will, he shows a lot of care for the people of the city.
Moreno he also shows a lot of care for the people of the city. He served 24 years as a Pittsburgh police officer, and served in the Army. He did run for mayor in 2021 as a Democrat. He lost that one, and then he ran in the general election as a Republican. And he's now challenging Corey O'Connor
Yeah.
in this year's mayor election.
Ed Gainey is the current mayor of Pittsburgh. He believed a lot in reducing police staffing goals. His 2025 budget lowered the target from 900 to 800 officers, relocating funds to civilian roles. His downtown cleanup efforts reclaimed areas from drug activity through incidents like daytime shootings still persisted. And he pursued legal action to compel tax-exempt institutions to contribute financially. O'Connor, however, he plans to expand crisis response programs instead of cutting down on police officers. He wants social service workers to assist with mental health-related calls, reducing the burden on police. He had once opened drop-in resource centers that would offer crisis support, homelessness aid, and emergency services, giving first responders more tools to address root causes. He plans to improve coordination for mental health and addiction services. He emphasizes a citywide strategy that integrates public health and safety. He wants to recruit and retrain public safety workers to strengthen staffing across police, EMS, and fire departments. He plans to ask hospitals to fund new ambulances, and he believes large nonprofits should contribute more to public infrastructure, and he wants to find a permanent police chief. O'Connor criticized Gainey's failure to secure stable leadership in the police department.
Moreno could be the better choice from his experience of 24 years as an officer in this city. So he understands the city's challenges firsthand.
Yeah,
Could you say the same for O'Connor?
I suppose you couldn't, but you do have a good point. When it comes to public safety, he has experienced a lot of safety issues firsthand as a police officer, and that definitely does show a fair amount of personal care towards the safety of the city, because he dedicated so many years of his life to maintaining the safety of the city to the best of his ability. So that's definitely a good point. But
He also said he thinks O'Connor's approach to public safety is too soft and it's politically driven.
Politically driven. I feel like there could be people that would agree with that, but a lot of people could also say that O'Connor's view on public safety and the plans he has laid out could be seen as just his way of giving back to the community he grew up in and just a genuine care for the city. So it really just all depends on who you talk to and what they believe. So these are some good points. What else has Moreno done other than work as a city council police officer?
He's received endorsements from conservative groups,
Has he?
from Gun Owners of America, Pennsylvania, Firearm Owners Against Crime, and he's had past support from unions like the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers.
This all goes back to public safety, which again is a huge thing. Public safety is extremely important because
especially in a city.
especially in a big city, because this is a big city. So it's refreshing to see how much care both candidates are putting into that, even if their views differ a little bit. However, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say on that, actually. It's just refreshing to see that people are caring so much about public safety. But We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
Hi, I'm Morgan Carr, and I'm here with Student Body President Nick Miller. Nick, do you believe that students are well informed politically or not?
Well, first, it's great to be with you on this big day. Well, to answer your question, I don't. I think that students are very engaged, and maybe more than ever before. But there's a lot of misinformation in the world of social media, and I think that on a certain level, it's not really their fault that they're not well informed, and so that would be my answer to that question. But I do believe that a lot of students are informed. I just don't know if the majority are well informed. I think there is a lot of misinformation that we still have to tackle.
How do you think that students can become informed? Like, do you think that's the politicians' responsibility or the students themselves?
I think it's in the world that we live in. It is the students. It has to be the students' responsibility. It has to be the voter who has to seek information themselves, and because at the end of the day, social media is kind of going to give you either the biased news or the one-sided news, and you kind of have to seek the perspective, the different perspective that it might be hard to get if you're just going to go with the flow of social media. But also there's other sources, news sources, and ultimately not everything politicians say is true. And so just to go by what politicians say isn't necessarily the greatest source either. But I do think that the best way to stay well informed is to not always be watching the news, not always be reading the news, but kind of when you're reading it and watching it, just step aside for a second and just take everything you read or watch and with the idea that you have an open mind.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you take that really personally. So kind of talk about like politics for you. How did you get into it? I know you talk a lot about Project 18.
Yeah. So when I was a senior in high school, which almost 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, I became the president of Project 18, which I went to Hempfield Area High School. In 1971, when the government ratified the 26th Amendment to give 18-year-olds the right to vote, the state of Pennsylvania thought, well, we need to, educate students if they're going to vote now. And so the majority of, 18-year-olds are seniors in high school. So they thought out to create a class as a state. And most high schools in the state of Pennsylvania had Project 18 that they offered. And it just so happened that the year that I became president was in Project 18, was the 50th year anniversary. And we were the last class, still are, the last high school to have Project 18 in the state of Pennsylvania. And that was such a big deal. And so we did a lot. We had the opportunity to meet a lot of really cool people and have a lot of guest speakers. And we had a documentary created about us, and throughout the years. And I got to meet people who were in the class from the first ever 50 years ago, and to see how their perspective has changed over the years. And for me personally, as a student, it definitely, changed the way I looked at things. And my teacher, Mr. Stow, who has taught the class for the last 15 years, has just done a tremendous job. And, he fought for this country in the Army. And, the last how many years he's been, decades he's been teaching students and serving students in that way. And so I just think that, as a student who wants to learn and be in the environment of, public service one day, that opportunity really, really helped me.
Thank you. And we're going to come back right in 1 minute.
Hi, we're back here with SGA President Nick Miller. I'm Betsy Bodwin. What has your life in politics looked like?
Well, I guess, I don't even know if I would consider Project 18 to be politics. Honestly, I'd say it started last year when I had the opportunity to be a senator for student government here at Duquesne. And then ultimately, before I even ran for president of the student body, I got involved on the Corey O'Connor campaign and interned with them. And that's kind of how I would say I got my start in the political world, if you will.
Yeah, and how has it really shaped you as a person?
It's one of those things that I really do care deeply about people. I view politics, maybe not so much how it is today, but as people. And I always say my passion is people. My passion isn't politics. But ultimately, Project 18 taught me that ultimately we govern ourselves. Mm-hmm. And that makes me love this country more than anything, is the fact that we really decide how we get to live. And, that makes me care about everybody. And, I think that it has been a struggle, I think, sometimes mentally. Mm-hmm. And I think our generation, we all have, as a generation, have many mental health issues.
Right.
And I think that politics in the way that it is today really contributes to it. And it's contributed to my mental health.
And can you talk to me a little bit about your time as a senator?
Yeah, so as a student government senator, so I kind of came to college really not knowing what to expect and not knowing what to get involved in. And I ended up getting involved in student government, and shortly after I became a senator, and I had the opportunity to start a committee, which was kind of unexpected. One of the things that I noticed that was really important to people was transportation. And so I realized, well, we need a committee for this. So I ad hoc'd the transportation committee last year. And that was the first thing I did as a senator. And, it was all research into how, the transportation in the city of the transportation system in the city of Pittsburgh works, how it affects Duquesne, and what can Duquesne do to better, its lives for students in transportation. And so I got to know how Pitt and, the other universities around, operate with their transportation system. And that was a really awesome experience. And it eventually made me want to run for president because I could see the change that I could have.
And do you want to talk a little bit about your time as president so far?
Yeah. So I didn't expect to be elected, honestly. It was a very close race, and I really didn't think I won or was elected. I prefer that term. But I think that I was inaugurated in April. I think the most important part of the journey is the people around you, and I wouldn't be able to do it without the 5 vice presidents that are on my side, and the 39 student government senators that we have, and administration. I mean, it takes a lot of people to represent the student body, and personally, it's been hard to adapt. I believe I'm the first freshman elected, so being this young, not really having the experience of so many different things, it's been difficult to adapt, but I'm very grateful to be doing it, and it connects me more to the university, and it honestly has nothing to do with the position, nothing to do with the title. It has everything to do with the place, and this place has changed my life for so many reasons.
And what does it mean to you to be the youngest SGA president?
I don't really know. I never really sat down and accepted that I had been elected. I think right after I found out, I got right to work, and I never really took a time to think about it. I'm very, I would say gratefulness. I think that I think one of my inspirations of leaders here is Chrissy Bober. She's the former director of orientation, and I watched her the last year lead with so much grace, and I could just only aspire to be just even close to like her, and that's how I want to lead, with grace and be grateful, and that's what I am.
Yeah. You worked on a campaign previously, and who was the candidate, and what led you to that experience?
Yeah, so the candidate was Corey O'Connor. As you know, he's one of the candidates this evening for mayor of Pittsburgh. And, I kind of got into that. One of the professors here connected me with someone close to the campaign and gave me an opportunity. They gave me an opportunity, I believe it was last January, they reached out to me, and I had an interview, and then shortly after, I got the offer to be on the campaign. I spent the months of a little bit of January, February, and March, and then I had to kind of push it aside because I was running my own campaign for president here, and it just became a lot. But I had about 2 months of experience, and I'm so fortunate for that. I'm so thankful to my professor and the other connections I've made here at Duquesne that brought me to that experience. And that experience really made me see what politics is and what running for office looks like.
And what ultimately made you decide to do it?
I think the last year of my life has been pretty crazy. I've had a lot of really cool opportunities that have come my way, and I think looking back to, I never had planned to go to college. I never wanted to, and I think that sometimes it's dangerous to have a plan, and the reason is because you become open-minded to new things.
Yeah.
And ever since I decided to go to college, I really haven't had a plan. And part of that is deciding to do new things. And I had a passion for politics, and I knew it might be a lot, but I thought this is an amazing opportunity, and why not? Go for it. Yeah. It's a new opportunity to learn and be a part of something. And I really wanted to know, is politics something I want to go into? And that opportunity I knew would teach me that.
And from that campaign, what did you learn from your time there?
I learned a lot about people. I learned a lot about Corey, you know, what it takes to run for office and the amount of people that it takes to run a campaign. I mean, hundreds and some thousands, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think that at the end of the day, politics is people. And I was in that campaign office and I saw people come in, and of course everyone wants to talk to Corey, right? Everyone wants to talk to the politician, to the person who's going to effect change. And the only way that you can effect change is, you know, by having conversations with people. You need to know what is close to people's hearts. You need to know what matters to people. And, you know, watching Corey, watching the others do that, I really took away something really special from that. And I realized that you have to, rather than listen to respond, you have to listen to understand, and then come up with a solution, then come up with a policy. And so I learned that, you know, he's someone who does that pretty well.
Yeah. And would you recommend other students to do a similar experience?
Yeah, I absolutely would. You know, I think any opportunity like that could come someone's way would be so amazing. And even if politics isn't something that you want in your future, it's really important, you know, to just know about certain things going on in the community that you live in. And Pittsburgh is an amazing community, and there's a lot going on here always, and there's a lot of ways to get involved. And I think for especially Duquesne students, there's so many ways to get connected with people who will, you know, bring you on and help you learn and navigate, you know, whether it's the world of politics or anything like that.
And what changes have you seen regarding student participation during your time in SGA?
I've seen a lot of changes. You know, our ultimate goal was to grow student government, and you know, last meeting last year we had about 23 people come. In our first meeting, we had over 85 people, and I mean, we grew it so much, and I don't even know how we did that, but you know, our method was kind of like reaching out to people rather than waiting for them to reach out to us. That's what politics is, and I mean, it's not how I would describe it here, but ultimately that we represent people and students, and we have to reach out to them and make sure they know that we want to effect change and that they know we're there to represent them. And so that's what we did, and we've seen tremendous participation, especially from the new freshman class. And we now have the max amount of senators we're able to have, which is 39, and we're currently working on changing the Constitution to grow that number to 52.
That's awesome. So you've seen a lot of continuous participation in SGA.
Absolutely, more than, you know, I had really hoped that we would see a lot, but we've seen an amazing amount, and even people who aren't going to become senators because we've been maxed out and are either waiting or maybe they just won't be able to become one. They're still helping out. They're still coming to events, and everyone is bringing ideas. Open forum is very active. People have a lot to say. And I think that's one thing that's amazing about the time we're living in. Everybody wants to put their, you know, perspective forward and use their voice, because everybody's voice does matter.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us
Absolutely.
today.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with more election coverage. I'm Betsy Bodwin, and we'll be right back.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Kylie Crocus.
And I'm Tyler Moyer, and this is a special report from the Voice of Duquesne Live for Election Night 2025.
So there have been a lot of interesting things happening with voting, causing people to have a delay in their voting or causing some people that might not even have been able to vote. So voters in Pittsburgh, in the Lincoln-Leamington neighborhood, faced unexpected delays this morning when a polling location was unable to open on time due to locked-away voting equipment. The incident occurred at the Chadwick Center, where poll workers arrived to find that essential machines were inaccessible, stalling the start of Election Day operations. So some people could have gone there early at the beginning, expecting to be voting at 7 a.m. Maybe somebody has an 8 a.m., 9 a.m. shift. Those people might not have been able to wait that long for the delay, wait around to see when the delay was over. So there could be a good chunk of people here who weren't able to vote today because of this. The disruption, which affected early morning voters, sparked frustration among residents who arrived promptly to cast their ballots. Some were forced to wait, while other people left with plans to return later in the day. Polls across Pennsylvania opened at 7 a.m. and are scheduled to close at 8 p.m., so there is about an hour and 20 minutes left. So voters who are in line by the closing time will still be allowed to vote according to state law. The Chadwick Center was one of several city park facilities designated exclusively as polling places for the day. Other locations, including sites in Beachview, Hazelwood, Arlington, and Brookline, were closed to regular services to accommodate the election. While the issue at Chadwick Center was resolved later in the morning, it raised concerns about election preparedness and the accessibility of voting infrastructure. Officials have not yet released details about how the equipment came to be locked away or what steps will be taken to prevent similar incidents in the future. Another thing that happened this morning on another voting location, this article here is from ABC 27. It says, Election Day in Pennsylvania saw a huge voter turnout, though bomb threats were called into some polling places. Numerous polling sites across the state received bomb threats throughout the day, prompting officials to call law enforcement and investigate. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and Secretary of the Commonwealth Al Schmidt said in a Tuesday night press briefing that the threats were not credible. They quote, "We've also been made aware that in the course of the last hour, multiple bomb threats have been called into polling and sites across Pennsylvania." It's a quote from Shapiro. And state and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats, and thus far, there is no credible threat to the public. One of those counties was York County in Pennsylvania. The York County Board of Elections said a threat targeted the East York location of the York County Elections and Voter Registration Office. They said the threat did not impact election operations. The Oneida County Election Office also received a bomb threat Tuesday evening. According to the state police at Lewistown, a sweep of the courthouse in Mifflinton was conducted and no device was found, troopers said. Other counties which received bomb threats included Blair, Cameron, Sancho, Chester, Clearfield, Luzerne, Mercer, and Snyder counties. Other than threats, other hiccups going on at poll places include the issues with the ballot machines. And yeah, that's an article from ABC 27, so there's a lot of people, there's delayed voting today, which...
A lot of bomb threats.
Bomb threats?
Yeah, this isn't the first time that's happened either. Last year's presidential election, there were, it says 227 bomb threats, which targeted polling locations and election offices in multiple swing states, including Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Michigan. I think, the purpose for these threats is to deter voters from showing up. It helps the other candidate win. It says that, neither Trump nor Biden were targeted for the specific threats, but the locations of, the swing states where they knew that most voters that were going to have the biggest swing on each state, they had threats there for that. So, not the first time, but it's a shame.
It is a shame because with things like that, yes, people take political views extremely passionately. They take it very seriously, and I feel people should have passion in what they believe in.
Yeah.
I think that's important. But to take it to an extent where there's going to be people fearing for their lives, fearing, like, questioning their safety in, like, a polling location. And for instance, like, one of the polling locations that got a bomb threat this morning was, like, an elementary school.
Yeah, that can't be happening. No.
Like, it's one thing to be passionate, and it's one thing to be completely, like, insane and obsessed.
Completely, disagreement with the other side.
Yeah, because people can disagree, and they can still get along just fine. But to take it to an extreme like this, and the fact that it's happened plenty of times in the past, it's pretty horrible. And I think a lot of it needs to be looked at and evaluated because, like what are you gonna do? Just tell people don't do that? Like, you can't.
Yeah, you gotta take bigger steps than that.
Absolutely.
I think it really has an effect on whether people want to vote in the future.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it does make them not want to vote because they don't want to go vote just to possibly die.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's more mail-in ballots in the future because of things like this, because
I
of
wouldn't be surprised.
long lines and voting delays because of a technical issue or shutting down. Because, like, I'm interested to see if there's a significant increase in mail-in ballots, because that's people in the comfort of their own home, not placing their safety in the hands of the public. But in reality, in a perfect world, that shouldn't be something that people are worrying about, but unfortunately it is something people worry about today.
Yeah, I think protesting is one thing, but I think bomb threats is
Completely
whole
nother field. It's an entire another game field.
Yeah, that's wow.
Which is a big thing with, like, we really earlier stressed public safety.
Yeah.
And it sounds just like, oh, public safety, of course, like, obviously we need that, but in situations like this, when things like this are happening, having elected officials in charge that truly care about public safety and have plans to implement that, it's actually so crucial, because things like this can happen. They happen all the time. There's horrible things happening all the time. So it's just extremely, like, back to public safety again, public safety, but it just really is so much more important than two words. Like, so the fact that both of Pittsburgh's mayoral candidates this year are so, like, focused on public safety, it really is, like I said earlier, it's really refreshing, because it's such a pressing issue in today's society that it really just needs to be...
It needs to be addressed.
It needs to be addressed. It needs to be focused on, handled, all of it. So... But, yeah, so it's very important to have candidates like that. And it, along with public safety, it's extremely important, because we did say before that it is good to be passionate about something.
Yeah.
Again, passionate, not, for lack of a better word, deranged and obsessed.
And I think what's good for the city of Pittsburgh in general, is that both of these candidates are from Pittsburgh.
Yes.
So I feel like they'll have more heart to home.
Yeah, personal.
Since they grew up here, yeah.
Yeah.
Spent time here.
Big thing, for sure. And they also all have a lot they both have ideals that they really care passionately about, and it's again important to be passionate because without it you're just some elected official sitting in a chair
Yeah.
following a rule book. Like
Yeah,
it's
just saying what everybody wants to hear.
like Moreno, very public safety is like his thing. He's very big on that because he was in the workforce. He worked as a
Yeah.
police officer, so
He was in the army. He knows what it's all about.
he's seen it all firsthand. So it takes like a personal, like,
Takes it down to a personal level
yeah, I couldn't think of the word.
of what he wants to provide for the community.
Yeah, especially if there's things like he's seen in the fields that maybe he doesn't want to happen again, happen ever. Like, it really takes it to a personal level when it's something you've experienced firsthand. And yeah, so I think it's really good to be passionate on things, and I would say that's definitely his number one value. Would you agree?
Yeah.
That public safety.
Public safety is definitely Moreno's number one
Yes.
focus for Pittsburgh.
And that's, again, a great thing because things like this happen all the time. And there's no real way of predicting stuff like that because, I mean, if there's signs, but there's no real way of predicting something like that's going to happen. And say you get a bomb threat, you can't just be like, oh, it's fake, it's voters. Like, you have to take that seriously because what if it is real? Like, what if there is?
Yeah, if it's, you gotta,
Take it so
Gotta-
seriously, and that eats up a lot of time and took away voting opportunities for a lot of voters today. With
also
the
eats up a
bomb
lot of
threats.
law enforcement time.
That too.
Bring out law enforcement.
It just takes a lot of resources to just make sure everybody is safe in a scary situation like that. Even if it wasn't actually, because they did say they weren't credible, what if they were? Like, so it's a crazy world.
It says O'Connor is a current Allegheny County controller.
Mm-hmm.
His late father was
Mayor of Pittsburgh.
mayor of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He
Okay.
died in 2006, I believe. Let me fact check that. Yes, he passed away in 2006 after just about less than a year of being in office. So I guess you could say it's taken after his dad.
Yeah,
But
following his dad's footsteps. I think it's
yeah, so you could say he took some inspiration there. But we're going to take a break and be right back with political analyst Dr. Joe Mystic.
But Morgan will be on air. You'll see her and we'll see you full screen or in a picture in picture. I appreciate it, brother.
Okay, man. Take care. See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, and tonight I am going to be talking to political analyst Dr. Joe Mystic. Hi, thank you for joining us tonight.
Well, it's great to be here.
So, you have lots of experience at several levels and several job experiences throughout the government and like state and specifically city and even local government. Why do you think it's so important for people to vote even outside of a national or even statewide election?
Well, I guess my views changed a little bit. Some people express their feelings, their opinions by not voting. I had always thought that was something that denied them the right to criticize or to participate, but that's just not the way our system is set up. But the truth is, unless you do vote, unless you work hard for candidates of your choice, you'll be denying yourself the chance to fully participate in the most important institution of our lives, which is government. This is how we take care of those who are less fortunate. This is how we grow our communities, how we manage to care for our families and make sure that everyone is safe. Aristotle said many, many years ago that towns should be built so as to protect their inhabitants and at the same time make them happy. And unless you vote, you have no way of seeing that happens.
Thank you. And a lot of people, they decide not to vote because they believe that politics doesn't affect them or that it's just not interesting or they don't care. And what would you say to someone who has that stance going into Election Day?
Well, it's cynicism is perhaps more common today than it has been in times past. But I think if we're ever to get out of this mess that we're in, and right now we're pretty evenly divided as a people, I think our republic is in jeopardy. Some of our major institutions are hanging by a thread. But if we're ever to get out of that, we have to give it our all. We all have to participate. We have to weigh in. So you could be cynical and turn your back on the problems of our government or our body politic, or you can take a more positive attitude, get in there and try to fix what you can.
And I know students and young voters are a hot topic going into all elections. How would you say to students to get involved in politics or to really make a difference in these, especially in a very volatile political situation that is currently happening?
Well, I got involved as a very young man, actually as a boy. I happen to come from a family that was active in local politics. My dad was a committee man in Braddock, and my interest in politics grew from there. When I was a kid, Election Day was a holiday in our house, even if it wasn't anywhere else. I always got the day off because I worked the polls. I can tell you that the most satisfying events in my life and the best relationships were all a result of my participation in our body politic, in our governmental system. You make great friends. You try to do good as best you see it, and those friends last a lifetime.
I really like that you kind of brought up the idea that you're making all these friends throughout a political situation, which I think is very uncommon, especially today. Going into these elections, how important is it for these politicians who may become elected tonight to really reach across the aisle to get things done?
Well, it's hard to reach across the aisle these days. Oftentimes, I think people hesitate to reach across the aisle because they're afraid of what the response will be. I often wonder, along with some of my contemporaries, if young people today are going to have as much fun as we had in politics, if they're going to have the same stories to tell that we probably still tell ad nauseum. But we have to come together somehow. And I think that if young people don't do it, all may be lost because you're the ones with energy. You're the ones with new ideas, fresh ideas. You don't have the grudges that many older politicians or older voters carry. You're not set in your ways. You're willing to listen to change. It's vital that you participate in our politics, and it's vital that you do that. You start doing that as soon as possible, as early as possible, because you'll grow up with an understanding of what it means to compromise, what it means to go along for the good of all instead of seeking out what's best for yourself. It's a selfless business in many ways, although it's comprised of people who put themselves on the line, who have the focus brought to bear on themselves, their background, their history, and their hopes and dreams. So it's just essential that young people get involved for the future of the republic.
Yeah, and speaking of future, I mean, the future of Pittsburgh is really happening tonight. And you quoted saying in one of your articles that there used to be a saying that Pittsburgh always gets the mayor it needs when it needs it. What kind of
Yes.
mayor does Pittsburgh need right now?
Well, we need a very smart mayor. Corey O'Connor's a smart man, but even the smartest person in the world would have a tough time figuring out some of the problems that he's going to encounter when he comes into office. Everything's going in the wrong direction. Costs are going up, and revenue is going down. It's a very difficult spot for the city at this time. We have deteriorating equipment. Our fleets are in very poor shape, especially our public safety vehicles. We need to replace those. We don't have enough police officers to keep our streets safe, to patrol our neighborhoods so that the people who live there have some sense of well-being. We have a problem with homeless individuals and with juveniles, and we lack the resources to help them address their own problems. So we have to find a way to do that. It's a myriad of problems facing the next mayor. Hopefully, whoever the next mayor is, and it's either going to be Corey O'Connor or Tony Moreno, whoever it is, has the talent, the determination, and the expertise to pull this off. It's going to be a tough time to be a mayor of Pittsburgh. We've had tough times before, though, so that's the interesting aspect of it. And that's what I meant when I said we always get the mayor that we need when we need it. We've had the right leadership in times of crisis. So we'll see if one of these two candidates is up to the task. I can tell you this, the voters have rejected two sitting mayors in the space of 4 years. They defeated incumbent Mayor Bill Peduto and elected the challenger, Ed Gainey, and then they defeated Ed Gainey because neither one of them mustered the kinds of change that the voters are looking for. So whoever becomes mayor tonight has to be ready to do just that.
So, in each candidate, what does a fresh start look like for each candidate if they were to get into office tonight?
Well, I talked about the administration of Pete Flaherty. Now, I come from a family of traditional Democrats. We were regular labor union Democrats. Some called them FDR or JFK Democrats. So we weren't for Pete. Pete was the gadfly. Pete Flaherty, when he ran for mayor, had been a city councilman. The world would have been his politically. He may have eventually been tapped by the Democratic organization, to be mayor. But he decided to run against the political machine because he sensed that that's where the people were headed, and he had a very strong sense of that. So while my family wasn't for him, and while he did things as mayor that sort of unsettled us, I would say, cutting the payroll and clamping down on development, the kinds of things that eliminated jobs that were contrary to the point of view of unionists like my family. While we were unhappy with all that, it wasn't long after that we realized it was necessary to have someone like him doing those kinds of things. because if not, the city would have gone bankrupt, would have gone belly up like Cleveland did at the time. Their lake caught on fire. It was a national story. But he kept us afloat by slashing that payroll, by cutting those jobs, by not spending the kinds of money that mayors before him had spent. And he also brought the Democratic Party back into line because, over time, too much power in the hands of too few can cause problems. And so Pete saw that, and it wasn't long after his first term that people began to realize we needed what he was bringing to the table.
Yeah, and you talk a lot about, the FDR and the Democratic Party. Do you think about Tony Moreno and his relatively new transition to the Republican Party after the 2021 election? Kind of what is his stance kind of going into this election?
Well, I spent a little time with Tony because I wanted to get to know him, and he's a delightful guy to be with. He's an honest guy. He's open. He says what he thinks. In terms of politics, he's an attractive politician these days because he's just himself. There's no pretense there. And he's not really a Republican, nor is he a Democrat. I think that he had some facile ability to move between the two parties because he's not committed to either party's platform or core beliefs as best as you can find them these days. And he's well-intentioned. He wants the best for Pittsburgh. He's worked these streets as a police officer, and he has a depth of knowledge that others don't bring to the table. So, I like Tony. Now, that being said, he may not have much of a chance because of the heavy Democratic registration edge. But there's something very romantic about people who run for office when the odds are greatly stacked against them, who tilt against windmills, who are in the good fight just for the sake of doing good. And Tony's one of those guys. I enjoyed his company.
That he has that edge with the Republicans since he is running on that kind of in-between platform.
Yeah, he's sort of between a Democrat and a Republican. He's not a fan of the regular Republican Party either. So he's run his own race, and he's run it the way he sees fit.
So I know big business and industrial partners really are coming into play in the city. What kind of relationship should the new administration of Pittsburgh kind of have with these industrial partners and businesses?
Well, if you don't have a good relationship with your commercial citizens, your corporate citizens, you're not going to accomplish much in this town. We went through a stretch in our history in which the streetlights had to be turned on at noon because the streets were so filthy and so filled with smoke and grime and grit that we had to turn the lights on at noon, and people had to bring changes of shirts to work because halfway through the day their white shirt would no longer be white. So imagine that, and imagine that time with dirty rivers and dirty air, smoke everywhere. We had a mayor named David L. Lawrence who came along, and he's the one who formed a partnership with Richard King Mellon. Now, David L. Lawrence was an Irish Catholic kid who lived in the slums down at the Point before there was Point State Park. And Richard King Mellon was the scion of the richest family in America. They owned just about everything, had their hand in just about everything. And those two formed a partnership that saved Pittsburgh with its first Renaissance. The Pittsburgh you see today had to be saved. And it was saved by virtue of a partnership between the corporate community and the governmental community, Democrats and Republicans, the poor and the wealthy, the old, the young. Everybody had to pitch in order to save Pittsburgh, and they did. And then you can jump ahead to the 1980s when Dick Caligiuri became mayor, and he had something called Renaissance 2. And Renaissance 2 actually revived and rebuilt much of downtown Pittsburgh. I was chairman of the Pittsburgh Zoning Board then and vice chairman of the Planning Commission under the Caligiuri administration. And we had 5 skyscrapers coming up out of the ground all one time. And it revived Pittsburgh. And it would not have happened without that public-private partnership that he fostered, just as David Lawrence had fostered 25 years earlier.
Thank you. Now, outside of the mayoral elections, what other races do you think are really significant within Allegheny County or even across the nation? And what should people be watching closely as the night goes on?
Yeah, there aren't many real races on the ballot, real contests on the ballot, but one of extreme importance to all Pennsylvanians is the retention fight for the 3 Democratic members of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And that's Christine Donahue, Kevin Doherty, and David Wecht. They are sitting justices. In our system, if you're elected judge, you sit for retention every 10 years. That means you do not have an opponent, but the voters get to vote yes or no as to whether or not you get another 10 years. Well, those 3 are all up right now. Now, why is that significant? Certainly, there are people who disagree with their rulings on various social issues and various legal issues that we have faced in the last 10 years. But this is not about any single issue like that. What this is really about is reapportionment. Every 10 years, we reapportion our state legislature, and our state legislature decides how the state revenue will be spent in the ensuing 10 years. And so whoever holds the majority of that legislature, by virtue of how the reapportionment map was drawn after the decennial census, whoever holds the majority and controls the legislature essentially controls reapportionment and essentially controls the budget, the Pennsylvania budget for the ensuing 10 years. So if you care about how your money's going to be spent in Pennsylvania, if you have programs and principles that you believe in that are going to require state funding, it's essential that you pay attention in this retention race. Right now, the court is controlled by Democratic justices. We run in partisan elections when they originally run for their seats with opposition. But if the Reapportionment Commission cannot choose a chairman, it's comprised of 5 members, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. The Supreme Court appoints the chairman, and the chairman votes with whatever that caucus is that appointed him. So, this will determine whether the Democrats or the Republicans control the Pennsylvania budget for the ensuing 10 years after the next census.
Thank you. And thank you so much for spending your time with us here tonight.
Oh, it's great to be with you. Go Duquesne, huh?
Yes. We're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be back soon.
Take care.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Kylie Crocus,
And I'm Donovan Shanley.
and we're gonna head back into some election night topics. So the Virginia election, they are electing a governor, lieutenant governor, a attorney general, House of Delegates. Their polls, their voting statistics are rolling in right now for governor. It's looking like the Democratic candidate Abigail Spanberger has, at the moment, 39,438 votes. So she's pulling about 54.5% of the votes right now. And Winsome Earl Sears has, it just changed, has 34,174 votes. So he's pulling 54.4% of the votes. It's changing again. It's going to be changing forever. But right now we have Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate for governor, in the lead. And we'll see where that goes. For lieutenant governor, we have, again, the Democratic candidate is taking the lead in there. We have attorney general. This one's actually really close. The attorney general, it's about 50.6% leaning towards the Democratic candidate Jay Jones, and we have 49% leaning towards Jason Mieres. Hope I'm saying that correctly. But so for attorney general, it's getting close. It's almost a perfect 50-50. It's 49.4, and well, it keeps changing. I gotta stop saying numbers every time I say it out loud. House of Delegates, we are seeing a lot of Democratic lead there with about the first district general. We have 76% leading. The other one is 71.8%. So in Virginia, we are seeing a lot of Democratic lead right now. Obviously, it's all still counting. It's night is still young. We have almost 30 minutes until the Pennsylvania polls close.
It's also very important to know that in Virginia, there are some counties that haven't started their counting of votes yet. So in Chesterfield is 17.5% in, but in counties like New Kent or Charles City, there's votes still have yet to be counted, so that would show up as a 0%. And so for many rural counties, we could maybe see the result change as different votes get counted.
Yeah, this definitely could go in many different directions, especially with, like you said, how many votes not being counted yet. So it's definitely something to take into account. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Nothing is set in stone. Nobody knows yet for sure where things are going to go.
Virginia is also a very, very close, a swing state. So we might see a split in who gets elected, such as like an attorney general. It could be a Republican that gets elected, but in governor, it could be a Democrat that gets elected, which is definitely looking possible right now, considering the change in votes. So it's still very up in the air for now, especially since it's 7:25. Virginia just closed their polls. Most states haven't closed their polls. It's still around 34 minutes until Pennsylvania closes their polls, and we can start getting a look at which votes are getting counted and who's taking the lead so far. And in one of the cities that has yet to close their ballot boxes is New York City, whose mayoral race is getting a lot of headway, a lot of media attention. And the three frontrunners are Zoran Mamdani, who's running as a Democrat, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Curtis Sliwa, who is running as a Republican. Zoran Mamdani is projected to be the winner, but obviously that could change as the night goes on.
Yeah, the New York City election is definitely a big one because New York is a huge city. There's so much going on, and they have the largest city budget in the US. It's over $175 billion. So it's definitely a big role to take on as mayor of New York City. So people are definitely going to be interested in that. And another thing a lot of people are interested on is the judge retention issue, which in the 8 o'clock hour, Duquesne President Ken Gormley will join the show to talk about that judge retention issue. So stay tuned for 8 o'clock. But yeah, there's a lot of big elections going on. I mean, the Pittsburgh mayor election obviously is big for us because here we are sitting in Pittsburgh. It's going to be a big deal. And I feel like there's a lot of people who could really care about it. But there are, big elections that are getting a lot of attention from media, and one of those would definitely be New York City because, again, it is a huge city. There's a lot of people in it. There's a lot of technology. It's just it's a big thing to take on. So I'm interested to see how that election pans out tonight.
Yeah, it's been in the news for a lot of reasons. For one, how big New York City is, but also how many international issues are being brought up in this situation, such as, of course, the situation in Gaza, which has been talked about by many of these candidates and has been a dividing point in many parties, in both parties, such as the Democrats and Republicans, and that has brought a lot of attention on how Jewish people and Muslim people are treated in New York City, especially with New York City being a giant city and having a lot of both diasporas, and there have been many dividing factors in this election. Mamdani has been a staunch supporter of Palestine, and Cuomo has been a staunch supporter of Israel. And it's really gotten international headlines because of the divide and also because of the policies that the Democratic candidate Zoran Mamdani would want to put in, such as free buses and trains, free MTA, and putting more social workers into 911 calls. So if there was a mental health call, to 911, they would send a social worker there instead of a police officer, which would, in Mamdani's opinion, would help. But back to the election that does have voters, the Virginia one, Abigail Spanberger is taking a very commanding lead at a 58.9. Sorry, it just changed. At a 53.1% of the votes, while Winsome Earl Sears is having a 46.7% of the votes in. Obviously, this is subject to change. Only 5% of the votes have been counted so far, so we'll see how that goes as the night continues.
Yeah, we've been talking about something else for about 5 minutes, and we already got a whole new list of numbers. We now have exactly 30 minutes until the Pennsylvania election ballots close. So if you're interested to vote, make sure you vote. Very important, especially if you feel passionately about elections and say you very specifically side with one candidate more than the other. You hear it a million times in schools, on the news, on just about anything, that every vote counts. But really, you can see with the Virginia election, every vote counts. It's getting so close in the span of 5 minutes. It does really matter, especially if you want to support what you really care about and what you want to see be done with your city or your county. And because some people could have completely different, like totally separate, like one left field, one right viewpoints on an issue. So it really does matter to know who you're voting for and research and vote for what you care about. It's very important stuff. Yeah, so that Virginia, it's getting closer, especially for governor. As of right now, I'm seeing a 56% to 43.8, so now it's going up again. So for Attorney General, it's currently at, changed as I looked at it. See, like this is completely, it's going to be changing all night. So I can give you the number I have right now. It's for Jay Jones. Oh, there we go again. Jay Jones, the Democratic candidate, is currently leading by 50.8%. 50.6%. It just changed again. So clearly, as they count more votes, it's coming very close with the Attorney General. It's ever changing. It's going to be changing all night, back and forth. Like, especially with like polls this close, it's going to be back and forth. Like, so we'll just have to keep it updated throughout the night and see what the future is going to look like for Virginia, because their polls are closed and we can see them. So, yeah, governor is still leading democratically.
Yes,
Governor is leading democratically, but we can see a very, very close race at Attorney General, and at Lieutenant Governor, it's closer. It was closer the last time I looked at it. It's 52 point. Ghazala Hashmi, I think that's how you pronounce it. Apologies. Has a 52.9% of the vote lead over John Reed, but Attorney General is still very close with 50.4% of a lead that Jay Jones, the Democratic candidate, has over Jason Malari's, and we've been seeing that change. Sometimes Malari's is leading and sometimes Jones is leading, so it's looking to be a very close race, and we probably won't see a definitive winner until very later on in the night. The governor race could be decided very earlier, as Spanberg does have a good lead over Earl Sears. I'm looking at 55.1% of the vote over 44.7% of the vote. But some races are very close, and we can see now it just changed. The Attorney General race is now neither candidate has 54% of the vote. Jay Jones has 49.9% of the vote, and Malari's has 49.7% of the vote. So, like I said, it's going to be very close, and we probably won't have a definitive winner until the very end of the night.
Yeah, it's definitely closer and closer by the second. Every time I feel like I could sit here and go, oh, it changed again all night. But yeah, I definitely would have to check back in a little bit and see where the Attorney General votes are lying once they definitely get more of those votes counted, because like you said earlier, there's so many votes not counted yet, and it could really mean all the difference in a race this close. It could mean all the difference, and especially with it changing so often, we'll have to find out. But yeah, still nothing on Pennsylvania. Ballots are still open. But yeah. The Virginia governor, we can see again. It's up there. It's leading Democratic more and more every second. Which, Yeah, it's leaning Democratic. It seems like it's an easy call, but again, there's so many people unaccounted for right now, and it's so early in the night. Honestly, anything could happen, and I'm actually really interested to see where Virginia falls by the end of the night when everything gets counted in and accounted for. But yeah, so in Virginia, we do see the Democratic Party leading about almost everything right now, of course. And that's not anything that's new. Like, it's not. Virginia has, especially with governors, they have a trend of having a lot of Democratic governors, but it also is a little bit split. In 2018 to 2022, the governor, Ralph Northam, was Democratic. 2014 to 2018, Terry McAuliffe, sorry for any pronunciation I might and probably will mess up, also Democratic. But then in 2010 to 2014, Robert McDonnell was Republican. But then 2006, 2010, we go back to Democratic, and then Democratic again, and then Republican, and then Republican. So it does bounce back and forth until we see in Governor Mills Edwin Godwin, he served 2 terms. In 1966 to 1970, he was a Democratic governor, and then in 1974 to 1978, he was actually a Republican governor for his 2nd term. So that's actually a really interesting thing. So they do show a lot of Democratic trends, especially like earlier on, but they do bounce back and forth every once in a while. But yeah, so this year it seems that they're leading another Democratic ruling in the Virginia elections for today. But they do bounce back and forth every once in a while. But it's not unusual for them to have a Democratic leading, as they have had a more Democrat governors than Republican. Sorry.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising, especially considering how they've been voting in presidential elections. And it's also interesting to see the difference in voting, because from 1980 to 2004, Virginia always voted Republican with no break for Democrats. But ever since the 2008 election, they've always been voting Democrat. Even when they had a Republican governor in Robert McDonnell, they voted Democrat in 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, and obviously the last election, 2024, they voted Democrat. So it's always been a close vote. The last one was actually probably the closest, with Kamala Harris winning with 51.8% of the vote and Donald Trump losing with 46.1%. But if we do see a Democratic governor, it wouldn't be much of a surprise, considering Virginia's been a very blue state in the past few decades.
Yeah. With it being so close, I mean, obviously Virginia is known to be a swing state, but I am interested to see where it ends up for tonight's election with all of with the governor, attorney general, all of it, especially with the ones that are cutting it a little bit closer, like the attorney general. But yeah, it's pretty much going to be changing all night, and just keep checking, I guess. The Pennsylvania election,
Yeah, the Pennsylvania election, there's around 19 minutes until the polls close, so
Yeah.
if you want to make a last-minute run to the polls and haven't voted yet, go do that. and it'll be very interesting to see the votes of the Pennsylvania election, because obviously obviously it is a swing state, and there are some PA Supreme Court justices that'll be available for attention. But here in Pittsburgh, there's also a very sort of divisive mayoral election between Corey O'Connor and Tony Moreno, and one of the big factors has been the stance on undocumented immigrants.
Mm-hmm. So, when it comes to O'Connor and his views on immigration, because it may not be such a pressing issue here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but it is an extremely pressing issue that we're seeing all over the country. It's affecting so many people, so it's still important to understand, like, when you're electing a government official, what their view would be on such a important thing happening in the country. Corey O'Connor, he hasn't made immigration a central theme in his campaign, but he has made comments on it. He would plan to welcome immigrant communities. He supports Pittsburgh's role as a welcoming city for immigrants and refugees. He's emphasized the importance of cultural diversity and the contributions of immigrant communities to the city's economy and neighborhoods. He opposes the aggressive enforcement. He's criticized policies that rely on aggressive immigration enforcement that we've seen throughout the country. Surveillance, favoring approaches that prioritize trust between law enforcement and immigrant communities, because that is a big thing. Like, immigrant communities are definitely losing a lot of trust in law enforcement right now with everything happening, so it's definitely taking a toll on that, because if you don't trust your law enforcement, who are you going to trust to keep you safe? O'Connor supports local services. He advocates for ensuring that immigrants have access to city services, including housing, education, and healthcare, regardless of the documentation status. And he believes in removing barriers to integration and opportunity. In contrast to his opponent, Moreno, he's differed from Republican candidate on immigration. Moreno's voiced concerns about undocumented immigration and its impact on city resources, while O'Connor emphasized inclusion and collaboration.
Yeah, they're very divisive over the stance on undocumented immigrants, with Moreno saying that he would comply with ICE, but with ICE, like deporting immigrants. But also one thing that they do agree on is the voice against Donald Trump sending the military to different cities under the stance of protecting them, with both Corey O'Connor and Tony Moreno saying that they think that that's unnecessary. As for the election that we can still count the votes of, Ghazala Hashmi has taken a commanding lead with a 55.4% of the vote. So, and John Reed only has 44.3%. So a very commanding lead. Obviously, only 22% of the vote is being counted right now, so that is subject to change. But if you were a Ghazala Hashmi supporter, you'd definitely be very happy right now.
For sure. Yeah, it's for the last couple minutes, even with numbers changing back and forth, it has been leading towards Hashmi more than Reed. I've definitely seen that a lot more. But again, say it a million times, it's gonna keep changing, and there's really only one way to find out, and it's to wait and see when everything is officially decided. The Attorney General is moving a little bit again. It's 52.1 for Jay Jones now and 47.4. So It's just back and forth. It was by a decimal point earlier, so it'll be changing all night because so many votes aren't counted. And yeah, there's only one way to find out. We have 13 minutes now until the Pennsylvania voting is closed. Just counting down the seconds. Also at 8 o'clock, again, Ken Gormley will be here to talk about the Supreme Court issue because that's also a big thing happening. It's the Supreme Court retention.
Yeah, we're also beginning to see a lot of individual counties in Virginia have their ballots starting to be, have the majority of their ballots starting to be counted, such as, I just lost the county, such as Bath County having 67% of their votes in, Holland having 63% of their votes in. So we're beginning to start to see many counties having the majority of their votes counted, and we'll probably have a definitive answer in individual counties pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely pretty soon. I just look forward to seeing everything because it can change all the time. And it is changing all the time. So it's just, you gotta keep watching it and vote for what you believe in, and because there's a lot of important elections today. Obviously today's election day, but there's a lot of important elections going on that people are really taking an interest in. Like we said earlier, the New York City election, because it's such a huge city, which we said earlier. Huge budget, there's urban issues like housing, and because we talk about housing and the issue of homelessness here in Pittsburgh, and I described it as like, oh, it's a city, it's going to be an issue. But Pittsburgh is not a city like New York. New York City is huge. Like, you can take the issues here in Pittsburgh and you can multiply it, because it's still extremely important to talk about here in Pittsburgh, but just taking on that role of the mayor of New York City and taking in that budgeting issue and the housing issue and the homelessness issue, it's just gonna be like here in Pittsburgh or in Philadelphia and big cities like that, but so much bigger and so much more difficult to like handle and work with. So it's definitely a big thing that people are going to be, especially with there being 3 candidates. It's another really interesting thing about the New York election. They do have an independent candidate, Andrew Cuomo. He was a Democratic governor, but now he's independent, which I find really interesting. I always find it really interesting when people switch their political parties for an election. I just find it interesting. That's it. Yeah. Like Tony Marino, he, like we said earlier, he did run for Pittsburgh mayor as a Democrat before and lost to the current mayor, and now he's running again as a Republican. So we'll see how that works out for him this time, I guess.
Yeah, I also believe that this is a very politically charged, for lack of a better word, election. There's a lot of very pressing issues, such as the issue of undocumented immigrants and ICE coming into towns, and also the issue of affordability, the issue of a lot of minorities and feeling safe there, such as the issue with the Jewish and Muslim communities of New York City. I feel like a lot of people a lot of people are putting their faith into the mayoral candidates that they'll have a big change with a lot of the elections, the New York election, the Pittsburgh election over here, and the Virginia election. And the Virginia elections that are still being counted right now. This is a very important election for a lot of people because there are a lot of pressing issues that could be, the policies on them could be subject to change due to who gets elected. And the races are still very close, as you can see on the screen. Jay Jones has just a 0.8% lead with 50.2% of the votes, as opposed to Chase Mayari's 49.4% of the votes. So keep a watch out for that. There's only 27% of the votes that are being counted, so it'll obviously be subject to change as the night goes on. As for the Pittsburgh elections, the polls are closing in just 7 minutes, so we should have an idea of who's leading the polls pretty soon, as votes start being counted right at 8 o'clock. And right at 8 o'clock, Ken Gormley will be on to talk about the election.
Yeah. Corey O'Connor actually says he feels very confident about this election. He was quoted in a CBS article. He said, "I feel pretty confident that we got our message across to a lot of people over a year-long plus campaign at this point." So he's showing the confidence in the election, and we'll just have to see how his confident, his over a year-long campaign has, where it gets him and how the future of Pittsburgh's going to look from here on out. But both candidates do show a good concern for like the people that live here, the citizens of Pittsburgh, the people that live in Pittsburgh, like anybody who here in Pittsburgh, they're concerned for your safety and well-being. And I feel like it's kind of pretty lucky to have people that, like, I guess, care. I mean, what a horrible way to put it, but obviously it's important to have people care, especially when they're in a position like mayor of the city. It's just very relieving. Again, I've said that numerous times, but it is.
Yeah, it's important to care about safety, and obviously public safety was a big thing in both campaigns, but especially Tony Moreno's campaign. He advocated for higher policing, and it kind of coincides with his career as a police officer. He served for 24 years and also was in the Army, so it's a very key issue for him.
Yeah, we've mentioned it's very, like, personal to him, so I guess you could see that really translating into care and action he could take in that area. That would be extremely important. And O'Connor definitely talked about public safety as well. Moreno found his viewpoints soft, I believe he mentioned, but the thought is still there. He wants to fund public safety. I know you mentioned earlier, I forgot when it was, someone was talking about including, like, social workers, like, to, like, take some of a load off of law enforcement. That was also something that Corey O'Connor was planning on doing.
Yeah, I think public safety is a big thing for both of the candidates. I feel like the main difference is just how they plan to fight the problems in Pittsburgh with safety and what they plan to do to, like, help increase the safety. So, and I think that's a lot of where these candidates kind of diverge and have differing viewpoints, because obviously they know there's a problem, and this is kind of the same thing for a lot of the elections all across the U.S. Everyone knows that every one of the candidates knows that there's like a problem with the safety, with the economy, but they just have different ideas of like what they should do to solve it.
Yeah, like you said, you're gonna see that pretty much anywhere. And it's like that for a lot of issues that they're talking about. It's kind of like the issues are there, the issues are relevant, and they have plans of going about those issues, but it's just a matter of the way of going about them, and it really just, it can kind of change a lot of things, and they both have their ideals. I'm interested to see how this election goes. I'm looking forward to seeing it because obviously we're here in the city that they're voting for, so it takes a toll on everyone. And you can say, oh, politics don't matter to me, but in reality they do, and they always will, as long as you are alive, pretty much, as long as you're here. It doesn't matter if it's presidential, it doesn't matter if it's mayoral, if it's senator, anything, it's going to matter. Like, somehow, in some way, an election is gonna affect you, it's gonna affect your life, it's gonna affect the people around you. So it's really important to, like, care about what you're voting for and what the election is, like, because politics will always matter to you, whether or not you presently think about them. They'll still matter. So I would say go vote, but you have 2 minutes, and I don't know how fast anybody is. Yeah, so we have 2 minutes until the Pennsylvania ballots are closed. So we are getting closer and closer to starting to see some results from this election. And again, I'm extremely excited to see how this goes and where the people of Pittsburgh are leaning. Very excited because, again, big component when it comes to the future of the city and any city. Like, it's the same anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in a big city or you're in a little county. It's still gonna matter. So, cutting it close. We got a minute. Yeah, so pretty much it. The candidates have their values, just their ways of going about them. Yeah, it's coming close to seeing some results.
Yeah, we'll have the results pretty soon. As for now, we are going to go on break, and when you see us next, well, you won't see us next, but you will see President Ken Gormley giving his insight on the election right after this. See you guys.
Hi, and thank you all for joining me here tonight. We have an interview right now with President Ken Gormley of Duquesne University. He's here with us tonight.
Why, hello, Morgan. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Are you excited to do your election night coverage?
Yes, we're just getting started and we have a long night ahead of us.
So what do you want to talk about?
Let's talk a little bit about kind of the retention elections. So can you just kind of tell us about really what the retention election is and what they're supposed to evaluate?
Yeah, I'm glad you're talking about that because it's something that's really troubled me that I think a lot of voters have been kind of misled a little bit about this. So the way the Pennsylvania Constitution has been set up, there have been all different ways over the 250 years of the Pennsylvania Constitution where judges and justices were selected. Sometimes it's by political election, sometimes not. But ever since 1968, when the Constitution was redone, it was set up to not have political based elections of judges. They were supposed to be removed from politics. And so the first time around, yes, election of judges would be based upon running as a Democrat or Republican, although sometimes they run as both. But after that, after you're elected the first time on the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania and on the other courts, including the trial courts, then you stand for retention election. And I was president of the Bar Association here in Allegheny County. We worked on many of these things. Specifically, the retention election was meant to be, in my view, a fail-safe in case some judge or justice was not doing their sworn duty. If they had some kind of infirmity where they weren't able to do their job, if they had some clear ethical violation that violated their oath of office. Otherwise, the assumption when the Constitution was framed in 1968, these provisions, was that judges would continue in their roles because they're supposed to not be part of the political mudslinging and back and forth. And you're not supposed to expect voters to go read the thousands and thousands of pages of decisions of their cases, which people couldn't understand anyhow. I'm the author of a 1,000-page treatise on the Pennsylvania Constitution. I've been studying the cases of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court for about 40 years now, and I've known virtually every justice on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court for the past 40 years. I can tell you the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court is one of the best, most qualified of any that I have seen in my time. And I talk to judges and courts around the country on this topic because one of my areas of expertise is state constitutional law along with constitutional law. And I always, quite honestly, brag about how strong Pennsylvania Supreme Court is. So it has really troubled me, and I've spoken out on this in a few cases, that there's been an effort directly to politicize this retention election, specifically with respect to the PA Supreme Court justices, in a way that's never happened before. There's only been one justice who's ever not been retained in 50 years. That was Justice Russell Nigro, because he was caught up in a big issue having to do with pay raise increases for judges. But the system is supposed to be removed from politics. You're not supposed to start attacking these justices because you don't like their decision on this issue or that issue. The whole point is they are the referees in our system. They are the people that we put in there so that they don't have to worry about politics. They can call them based upon the facts and the law. And as you know, Morgan, in any case, some people will be unhappy with the outcome. You cannot let politics enter into it, or it ruins and corrupts the whole system that of the judicial branch being the independent branch that protects us. The executive branch, the president, the governor, or the legislative branch in Congress or the state legislature, they are designed in the Constitution to be political creatures, and they can say things about each other and throw mud at each other, and they can force you to address issues politically. That's not supposed to be the case with judges. And why is it that suddenly people are saying, how am I supposed to know whether to vote yes or no on this? Because no one's ever had to think about it before, because you automatically retain these judges and justices so long as they were doing their job. It was not, I don't like their opinion on this topic or that topic. You go down that path and you are destroying a system where we have an independent judiciary, which is the anchor of our system of democracy. I can tell you with confidence that if we were talking about 3 Republican justices on the court, I would say exactly the same thing. And again, I have worked with every one of these justices. Justice Christine Donahue, who is one of the justices on the ballot, is a graduate of our law school, of Duquesne Klein Law School, and has been a preeminent lawyer in our region before being a judge. Justice David Wecht has taught at Duquesne's Thomas Klein Law School, and the Wecht Institute was established by his father at Duquesne University in forensic science and law. And then Kevin Doherty is in Philadelphia. I've done many programs with him and with all of the justices. So to me, unfortunately, there have been some folks who entered this election from the other end of the state who decided to pump a lot of money into it to try to turn this into a political referendum, confuse voters by saying it had something to do with term limits. And this has nothing to do with term limits. And incidentally, there's a whole bunch of other judges, if you voted today. See, I have my I voted sticker here. But most of the other judges in the Court of Common Pleas or in the other courts, there's no issue at all about, because they aren't getting zeroed in on because of the politics of it. The PA Supreme Court, this group has decided if we want to try to manipulate how events may happen in 2026 or 2028, we need to change the composition of the court. And so that's a longer answer, but I think it's really important for viewers to understand that there's nothing wrong with you if you don't know what opinions these justices have written for the last 10 years. No human being could expect it to do that instead of some crazy constitutional law expert like me who writes books on it and has to read all these opinions. You just have to know that if judges and justices of either party or who started out of either party are doing their job fairly, are upholding the Constitution by carrying out their duties appropriately, the system in the Constitution was set up to allow them to continue in their job and be retained. This, to me, is an aberration. It's not how the system was supposed to work. I am hoping, first of all, I hope that all 3 of those justices are retained, along with all of the other judges who are on the ballot for retention, whether they were Democrat or Republican. They've all done their jobs. They've all been rated as highly qualified by the Pennsylvania Bar Association and qualified by the Allegheny County Bar Association. But I'm hoping that after this, this will stop, because it's not healthy for our Commonwealth. It's not healthy for our democracy or our judicial system, where overtly people are trying to pour money in to turn something into a political referendum when it was specifically set up not to be that way.
Term limits, especially when you're talking about the United States Supreme Court, is definitely a hot topic. And do you think, coming out of this election, do you think that like a hidden ideological fight is continuing within these judges? And how would you talk to someone who comes out of these elections and still thinks that these judges are being too aggressive in their decisions and need to be removed.
Are you talking about the U.S. Supreme Court now or the Pennsylvania Supreme
The
Court?
Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
Well, I don't know what it means to be too aggressive in their decisions. I mean, they're deciding these cases based on the facts, the laws that exist. I mean, I've read these decisions. We've hosted events at the law school where we have prominent lawyers and judges from Pennsylvania and around the country come in and comment on the opinions of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And universally, these decisions are highly respected. I don't, again, know what it means to say that a judge is being too aggressive other than you don't like their decision. I was just at the Duke's basketball game last night, and I didn't like some of the refs' decisions, but if we did not allow them to call the game fairly as they saw it, there would be no rules that we would be governed by. And so I think it's a mistake to think that voters are supposed to, start looking at judges' decisions and say, I like these, I don't like those, and therefore we're going to get rid of people. That's not how our judicial system has ever worked. Again, in the political domain, Morgan, yes, that's how you operate when you're voting for other elected officials. Judges are unique creatures. I'm on a Pennsylvania Judicial Independence Commission that was appointed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. And I went up to Harvard Law School and filmed a conversation with retired Justice Stephen Breyer of the U.S. Supreme Court, someone I've worked with over the years, talking about the vital importance of having judges who are independent, who are independent and not looking over their shoulders because someone is saying, I don't like that decision based upon the politics. That would be the end of our democracy if we had such a system. That film was circulated through the National Constitution Center to over 100,000 educators across the United States in advance of Constitution Day to help educate citizens, not just in Pennsylvania, all over the country, to understand that if you don't have an independent judiciary, you don't have a democratic system. And so I think, unfortunately, it has been the politicizing of some of these issues. And if you want to talk about it, we could also talk about the California referendum having to do with redistricting and the Texas redistricting. But once you start, just throwing the rules to the wind and turning these into political battles, you're undermining our whole system, and that's not good for any of us.
Thank you. And yeah, California and Texas, we definitely will get to talk about that. But before that, what would you say to those, you've done so much research and you're really in the field and you're very knowledgeable about this topic, but what would you say to your everyday citizens who hit the polls today who may have voted no because they truly don't understand? How would you suggest to people to get educated about this topic?
Yeah, well, I don't fault anyone because there has been such a blitz. I mean, it should tell you something when someone is pumping tens of millions of dollars into a political advertising campaign, that this money is designed to change the composition of the court. It's not aimed at, realistically, I would say to any of those individuals, have you read any of the opinions of any of these justices, any of the other justices? Probably not. I don't fault anyone for that. But there's a reason we've never had this conversation before, and that is the system isn't built to have you reading those decisions. The system isn't built to have you analyzing whether you approve of a justice's decisions because you like the outcome. Judges are not supposed to be hired to reach a particular outcome that you find politically palatable one way or the other. They're hired to take an oath on the Constitution, look at the law, look at the precedent and then apply the facts to that and make decisions. I can tell you in all of my years of, I've now been a lawyer for 45 years and have worked in this area for much of my career. Every really good lawyer and judge I know around the country, I don't care if they were a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, agree on this key point that politics should not be allowed to be injected. And so I would say it's not the fault of the voters at all, Morgan. I think that these ad campaigns have kind of tilted and confused people. The fault is with the people who decided to do this and try to get away with it. Fortunately, I think the bar associations have spoken up. I think there have been a lot of citizen groups trying to educate individuals. But I do think ultimately, I can tell you what Justice Breyer said in our conversation, and that is it all starts in our high schools, in our universities, making sure that people truly understand how our system of government works and how the judicial branch is different than the other two. And you do not want these judges and justices sitting around being forced to do TV campaigns like they were forced to do here to try to hold on to their positions. That's not how this system was set up. It's a distortion of how it was set up. And I'm hoping if it fails this time, which I'm hoping it does, that will be the end of it and we'll go back to normalcy, which is if in the rare case a justice falls down on their duties and is no longer qualified or neutral in their job, they should be removed. Other than that, there's a presumption that they continue to do their work, and we do not judge them based upon whether we like the outcomes of cases.
Thank you. And now let's talk a little bit about the California referendum. Can you kind of just explain a little bit as an overview what exactly it is?
Yeah, well, let me go backward because it relates to action taken in Texas having to do with redistricting. So unfortunately, I know too much about this area too, and I won't try to bore you with all of it. I was in the early 1990s the executive director of the Pennsylvania Reapportionment Commission. So I lived and breathed redistricting and reapportionment. We were the ones who ended up drawing the maps to create the state legislative Senate and House districts in Pennsylvania at the time. And so I learned a lot about reapportionment legislation. And also I wrote the biography of Archibald Cox, one of the great constitutional lawyers of the 20th century, who argued Baker v. Carr and the famous redistricting cases in the US Supreme Court. So I again know too much about this and could talk for hours about it. However, in Texas, because President Trump kind of issued a directive to Texas that they should redistrict themselves prematurely 5 years before the next census when they're called upon to do that, all of a sudden they did something that's never happened again before in our country, politicizing this redistricting process in a way that suddenly you're jumping the gun and redistricting not in every 10 years, which their constitution requires, but in the interim halfway through that before there's any new data to do that with, just to try to create more, in that case, Republican seats. I wrote an opinion piece for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette arguing that that was a big mistake, that it actually was totally contrary to the notion of one person, one vote that underlies our constitutional guarantees having to do with the right to vote. You have to understand, Morgan, when it comes to redistricting, there is a specific provision in the United States Constitution that provides for a decennial census. That's every 10 years, basically on the even numbers, like in 2030 will be the next one will start. federal government goes out and starts trying to count all of the people in the country. It's a really costly and hard thing to do. We used to say it was like trying to count ants in an anthill because they're constantly moving. If you picture the population from state to state to county, and so every 10 years, the Constitution provides that you count those people, and then you calculate how many members of Congress and how many districts each state is entitled to. And every state then does that also. And so in the case of Texas, they have a provision in their Constitution, Article 3, Section 28, that says, I'm just going to read it to let you see how clear it is. It says, the legislature shall, at its first regular session after the publication of each United States decennial census, apportion the state into senatorial and representative districts. Okay? So it's telling them they do it every 10 years after the federal decennial census when they get the new numbers. Well, they did that in 2020. What did they do here? They did another one without any new data that's reliable. So who knows what these districts are based on? And it violates their own constitution. And that was the principal point I made in my article, that they're not allowed to violate the law to do this. It may be that it may not violate U.S. law in terms of saying that we can try to gerrymander things to benefit our party, but it does violate the law when they violate their own constitution. Now, what California is doing with Proposition 50, which the governor is advocating, is trying to counter that by doing the same thing in California, because that's another rich state filled with congressional districts where they can pick up and try to counteract the 5 or 6 that Texas picked up for the Republican Party with 5 or 6 for the Democratic Party. What I said in my article is I think it's wrong in all these states. I think it's wrong in Texas. I think it's wrong in California. It's wrong in Indiana, where President Trump was trying to tell them to do it. Fortunately, I think there's been pushback in Indiana and some states that recognize that this isn't how it's supposed to work. But I understand why California is doing it, because, if you let states like Texas do it and no one else is allowed to do it, it throws off the electoral map nationwide in ways that unfairly advantage one party. What is the answer? You should follow the law in all of the states. You should not be doing this in these midterm periods. You're not allowed to do that under your Constitution. And unfortunately, because of this initial decision by Texas responding to President Trump's directive, you now have states all over the country looking to counteract and do each other. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. And more importantly, it is a violation of the public trust to be doing something that is not based on what your constitution in the state allows, but is totally driven, once again, by politics and trying to gain unfair advantages. And it's a real shame, is all I can say, that we've devolved into this, because it never happened before. But now that someone's doing it, it sets off a chain reaction. And hopefully, if it sort of ends up neutral after all of the moving parts are done, I'm hoping, as with the attacks on retention election, judicial elections, that this will go by the wayside, because it's an aberration. It's never been done before, and it's not a good thing for our democracy.
Thank you. And I know that Governor Gavin Newsom really has put it out there that he is very much trying to defeat Trump at every step of the way. So this is definitely an extension of that in his stance.
Yeah, but I would just say, to clarify that, I mean, yes, he is, and he's probably going to run for president, so he has political ambitions of his own. But very specifically, if you ask the voters, and they're doing polling in California, why they're supporting this, it's not to defeat Donald Trump. It is to counteract what is clearly an unfair maneuver in Texas to try to gain an unfair advantage in the 2026 election by doing this prematurely when you're not supposed to. And the only way, unfortunately, to counter it is to try to counter it with other states that will neutralize that and basically make it an even playing field. So I think that this is, I mean, yes, on Governor Newsom's front, I think this is clearly a political statement that he's making. But I will say that in terms of the voters, widely they're perceiving this, and I understand it, and it makes sense that if you allow Texas to do this, which was clearly not appropriate and clearly designed to slant the map to favor Republicans, to bring it back to a neutral position seems like fair play. And again, you wouldn't be in this box of trying to outdo each other if you didn't take that first step in Texas and set this chain reaction into motion.
All right. And before we move on, I am going to ask you to check your phone. I think you have a message.
Oh, yes, I see that Dawn Ma, our super duper director of the Center for Emerging and Innovative Media there, has let me know that Corey O'Connor has been called officially as mayor, our next mayor of the city of Pittsburgh. So I'd like to congratulate Corey as the mayor-elect. Many of you know he is a 2007 graduate of Duquesne. He was in the School of Education, has been very active in city government and a real leader. His father was mayor, a longtime city council member, and then mayor, whose life was sadly cut short by a untimely death of unanticipated disease. I got to know him, fortunately, a little bit. He was a fabulous person. This would be a really proud day for his dad, who was a beloved figure in Pittsburgh. But, I did a little looking here, Morgan, and we've had about 60 mayors in Pittsburgh over the course of the past 2 centuries. And the first Catholic mayor was David L. Lawrence, who was mayor from 1946 to 1959, became a very influential leader and ultimately governor of Pennsylvania. But Corey O'Connor will become the first Duquesne alumnus to ever become mayor of the city of Pittsburgh. So that's quite a special thing that we can all be proud of. I do want to say, I personally am very grateful to the outgoing mayor, Ed Gainey. He's been a great partner, a great friend. He's been actively involved at lots and lots of things. It came to lots of games with us at the UPMC Cooper Field House. A great partner. And so I think that he's laid the table for, created a strong foundation for more progress. And we know that Corey is going to be a great ambassador and a reflection of the values of Duquesne, in the sense that he always cares about others and advancing all individuals and all people in our community. And he's a true public servant in the very best sense. And so we're eager to work with him in the years ahead now, too.
Is there, that's great news, and I know he's a Duquesne, so that's very exciting to have him as the next mayor. Is there anything else that you'd like to share here with us tonight?
Well, I think you've done a good job covering this. I mean, I know that some of the elections that people have been watching nationally are the governor election in Virginia. That was already called for Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat. We're still waiting to hear what happens with the New Jersey governorship with Jack Ciattarelli versus Mickey Sherrill, the Democrat. There's a Democratic incumbent who's not particularly popular, but nor are the policies of President Trump particularly popular. So that will be very interesting to see. But I do think we're starting to see the reverberation here of some of the policies of the Trump administration being carried out in a way that voters, both Democrat and Republican, and I talk to many people, I try to be as balanced as possible, And as you know, we have former Vice President Mike Pence coming in on Thursday for my civil discourse program that will be really special. But I think, the big cuts of the federal government and workforce in what appeared to be somewhat arbitrary ways by some of the Doge cuts and the, people losing their jobs and careers as a result, and the, cuts of the SNAP benefits right now as part of the government shutdown. That's not helping anything. And I think what we're seeing is a little course correcting right now of people really of both parties saying we have to move a little bit more toward the center, which is where I think 80% of the country tends to favor in the first place. So I think that some of these elections, we're going to see a little bit of that course correction. Way too early to tell how that is going to play out in the 2026 elections, or let alone 2028. But certainly a fascinating time to be following politics in the United States. And it's wonderful that our students and faculty and staff take this keen interest. And Morgan, I think you're a natural. Maybe you'll be on national TV in a couple of years.
Thank you. And thank you for spending your night here with us.
You're quite welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes. And we'll be back very soon.
Hello, welcome back to Duquesne's election night coverage. I'm Betsy Bodwin.
I'm Brendan Doherty, and a lot of results coming in, a lot of numbers.
Yeah. So currently we now have a mayor-elect, Corey O'Connor. So
Called early.
Yeah, very early. There was only, I believe, 34% in, 36% of votes in when they called the race. So Corey O'Connor took a huge lead.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty lopsided to call it that early.
Yeah. Corey O'Connor had 24,800. Oh, my bad. Corey O'Connor had 22,700 votes, while Tony Moreno had 1,931. And so that's a pretty big gap.
Yeah,
there.
pretty big gap. There's no reason not to call it.
Mm-hmm. And then going to the Supreme Court, the retention of Christine Donahue currently, we have 97,998 votes for yes and 22,035 votes for no. And then retention of Kevin M. Doherty.
97,000 for yes, 97,589, and 2,266 votes for no. So looking good for him. And David Wecht, 99,250 for yes, and 21,404 for no.
And then the Pittsburgh member of... We're going live to Caitlin Hughes from the Republican Watch Party. So there's really just a lot going on here. Well, Corey O'Connor defeated Ed Gainey originally in the Democratic primary.
Ed Gainey's the incumbent, so
yeah.
In Pittsburgh, the primary is pretty much a general election because you pretty much know the Democrat's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a big surprise that he won tonight. Really, the hard task was winning the primary, and yeah, he won pretty big tonight, pretty early.
Yeah. So. And so Ed Gainey kind of left Corey O'Connor with a lot. In the Pittsburgh City paper, the Pittsburgh member of Council District 2, Kim Salinetro is currently in the lead with 2,340 votes, and Aaron Coper, 460 votes, David Tessiter, 181 votes, and 10 write-ins. And then Pittsburgh member of Council District 4, Anthony Coghill, has 2,300 votes, and Tracy L. Larger has 292 votes. Brian Naughton has 230, and there's 3 write-ins.
District 6, we have the Democrat Robert Daniel Lavelle with 1,475 votes, and the Republican Jacob J. Dumont with 125 votes with 33 write-ins. So these are all lopsided in favor of the Democrats.
And then going back to the Virginia governor, it was called by CNN that Abigail Spanberger received 54.9% of votes, and Winsome Earl Sears only received 44.9% of votes. And 52% of the vote is in, so it's been called by CNN.
New Jersey governor, another big win for the Democrats. Mike Sherrill with 60.5% of the vote, and Jack Ciattarelli with 39% of the vote, with 28% of the vote in New Jersey right now.
The Virginia Attorney General, currently 62% of the votes are in, with Jason Myers at 49% and Jay Jones with 50.6% of the vote.
Very close. In the Virginia lieutenant governor race, Ghazala Hashmi is the Democrat and won with 53.1% of the vote, beating John Reed, the Republican, with 46.6% of the vote. That's 62% of the votes in right now.
And it's still pretty early
I know.
for everything.
I know, but Virginia's been big tonight, and they just had a Republican governor. They had a very conservative Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin, but it always flip-flops. I was hearing earlier how much it flip-flops in Virginia. There are, Republican, Democrat, and the Democrats are winning pretty much across the board in Virginia tonight. So, and it's one term for each governor. So you're out after your first term. You can go back and run again later, but that's your one term. So a very big one. I have some research on Kim Salanetro, who won her city council election in Pittsburgh, District 2. She is most of the people running for county or for city council positions are from Pittsburgh, are natives, and she went to Allegheny County Community College and was a first-gen Irish American, so a really cool background, and graduate of West Virginia University as well, that was her opponent, was a graduate of West Virginia University, but she's worked for the outgoing Council 2 district member Teresa Cale Smith for 16 years, so that just shows a lot of these areas in Pittsburgh are really happy with their current Democratic representatives, and that was a great, that was a very clear representation of that, as well as Anthony Coghill and Robert Lavelle. Really, just they're sweeping through these council elections. The Democrats are, and that's not much of a surprise.
Yeah, and going back to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, there's the retention elections for all three, Christine Donahue, Kevin M. Doherty, and David Wecht. They're all Democrats. And if the justices are not retained, an election will be held in 2027. If at least two of the justices fail to win retention, control of the court could potentially flip, which that would just be big nationally for politics. Because, well, going back to the Pennsylvania part, the governor could appoint interim justices to fill seats until the election in 2027, and those justices need approval from 2/3 of the Republican-controlled state Senate. And Pennsylvania's Supreme Court election really has national implications. Pennsylvania, as we know, is a large swing state, and the state Supreme Court could decide the fate of election laws, redistricting, and abortion limits. And not only is Pennsylvania a critical swing state, but it has also found itself at the center of a high-stakes election litigation. And just to give an idea, the big decisions that have been made by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court over the last 10 years include that in 2020, the state's high court extended the mail-in ballot deadline, which allowed thousands more ballots to be counted in the 2020 presidential election. And in 2020, the Supreme Court threw out Pennsylvania's congressional map because of what was ruled as an unconstitutional gerrymandering by the Republicans, which essentially means that the congressional map was drawn by the Republicans and had been drawn for the Republican advantage. But then in this year's race, there's been millions of dollars being poured in from state and national conservative and progressive groups, with legal experts telling the Post-Gazette that state courts are increasingly enmeshed in high-profile political battles over contentious issues such as election law and abortion. And actually, on Monday on X, the Pennsylvania Republican Party posted saying, Pennsylvania's Supreme Court has long played an outsized role in shaping our elections, especially on mail-in ballots and election law. And then they continued to argue that unchecked judicial overreach occurred under the current bench. And they made sure that they said vote no on retention and demand a court that respects the people's voice, not political agendas. And then To counter that, a statement to ABC News by the chair of the Pennsylvania Democratic Party, Eugene D. Pasquale, said, "This is the most pivotal judicial retention in our state's history. MAGA billionaires are trying to buy Pennsylvania's Supreme Court, and if they are successful, Pennsylvania's reproductive rights, voting rights, and workers' rights will be at risk." And he continued to say that for the people that thought Wisconsin's Supreme Court race earlier this year was important, this race is that, but on steroids. So
Clearly very important. But I mean, it's a big swing state. It's a state with a lot of different perspectives, big state, and every single presidential election, the way that Pennsylvania seems to be going is usually the way that the election seems to be going. Big swing states like this. So for the court to be on one side or the other is really pivotal in this state. So I think there's good reason for why it's such a big deal.
And currently at 8:56 p.m., there's a 19% of votes being counted. To retain Christine Donahue, 76.6% say yes, 23.4% say no. To retain Kevin Doherty, 76.4% say yes, 23.6% say no. And to retain David Wecht, 76.2% say yes, while 23.9% say no. So far it's, with the 19% of votes counted, it's looking like yes, but you never know.
The retention of Christine Donahue, the vote is also very lopsided. 109,231 votes in favor of yes and 27,194 votes of no. Still some time to go, but looking really good for her.
Mm-hmm. The retention of Kevin Doherty, 108,782 say yes, while 27,420 say no.
David Wecht, 110,537 in favor of yes, and 26,515 say no.
And again, this is only a little bit in. We've still got quite a bit of time before we know for sure about a less than 20% of the votes are in right now. So, and overall, just to recap, the retention election basically means that people are asked to vote yes or no as to whether each justice receives another 10-year term. If they vote yes, they want to keep the justice. If they vote no, they want to replace them. And
they're all doing well right now.
Yeah, and in Pennsylvania, Supreme Court justices are elected in 10-year terms, and currently only one justice has ever lost a retention vote, and that was almost 20 years ago. So very unusual.
Are there term limits? Do we know?
There's no term limits for the courts, but there's an age limit. So if reelected, Justice Donahue must retire in 2027 when she reaches the age of 75.
75 is the cutoff?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And the Democrats currently hold a 5-2 majority on the state Supreme Court, but Republicans obviously have campaigned to get rid of the 3 Democrats. So
yeah, that's what we were just saying. And some people feel like that's trying to be bought. That's trying to be almost purchased. But it doesn't look like that's working.
Yeah.
So it's been a successful night for all of them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the council, the Democratic council members, a lot of them have the same values. One big one is a lot of neglected and abandoned properties in these areas. They really have really make it a priority that they want to rejuvenate some of these properties. That would be great for the economic state of various parts of Pittsburgh, and would be great for safety. Public safety on both sides has been a big topic. So very clearly some themes with these candidates and their stances, and a lot of them have great backgrounds in working, regular jobs, if you will, in Pittsburgh that help the people of Pittsburgh, and clearly a lot of these people understand the city and how it operates.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, at least I did a lot of research on that before this, and that's what I learned.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not surprising that a lot of the democratic values are staying. They're being upheld by the people of Pittsburgh in these elections.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And we will be going to Josh Imroff at the Moreno headquarters as soon as Moreno takes the stage.
So that's Moreno's speech after losing to O'Connor.
Yes. And O'Connor really just defeated everybody, got rid of Ed Gainey in the Democratic primary.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm. And now we're going live to Josh Imroff at the O'Connor HQ.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. I am humbled and inspired by the great honor and privilege of serving as your next mayor. I want to thank my partner through this journey. Wouldn't have happened without her. My wife, Katie. I want to thank my kids, Molly and Emmett. I do have to say, though, just bear with me for a second. This morning started out pretty bad. Emmett woke up at 3:30. We took him to the polls. We were in front of the media. We asked him who he's going to vote for. And of course, his answer was grandma. So we've lost the youth vote tonight. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. My sister and her husband, Dave, my sister, Heidi. And of course, the one that had one job to do, my brother, Father Terry. And there are obviously two people that I tried, that aren't with us tonight, but I'm sure Mom and Dad are happy somewhere. I would like to thank all of the elected officials who supported us that are here tonight. And of course, as we know, Pittsburgh is a union town. All of the unions and the labor unions. To my campaign staff who made this happen. I'm grateful for the work that they did. They're amongst everybody here and the sacrifices that they made to get this done. And I want to thank you, the people of Pittsburgh. This victory belongs to you. No matter who you supported tonight, we are united in the fight for a safer, more transparent, and more robust city. Amen. Thank you. I want to thank Tony Marino for for his eagerness to run this fall, and we saw him a couple times. So thank you, Tony, for your willingness to run in the fall. But this campaign was built by working Pittsburghers who gave whatever they could to our cause. It grew in strength and enthusiasm, from knocking on doors to making calls to hosting coffees at your house. It would not have happened with all of our volunteers, and I thank each and every one of you. And I know that you did this because you love this city and you understand the task that lies ahead of us. After we are done celebrating tonight, tomorrow the hard work begins. The road that we will travel is long and steeply uphill, but I promise you this, I will be honest and transparent about the challenges that we face. I will listen to each and every one of you. I will work tirelessly to commit to the promises that we made throughout this campaign. This victory is just the beginning, but I cannot do this alone. I'm asking you to join me in remaking this great city. You to engage with our team over the next few weeks to share your thoughts and your visions for what our city should look like. This is our moment, Pittsburgh. We must seize this moment to create opportunities for our kids, to prioritize safety in our neighborhoods, to facilitate responsible development, to create jobs and opportunities for each and every Pittsburgher, to assist and encourage businesses of all types, and to develop housing for everyone in the city. Now it's time to roll up our sleeves and to deliver on the promise of progress. It is time for us to believe in each other and believe in our city again. I am humbled by your faith in me to bring accountable leadership to Pittsburgh. I want to thank you for this opportunity to serve the city that we all love. Thank you very much.
We're going to go live in 2 seconds.
That was a great winning speech there from O'Connor. He definitely gave a vibe of optimism that he talked about getting the city of Pittsburgh back, getting some hope back, and definitely critical of the incumbent's performance. But he also it was very hopeful. It looked like a great vibe. Of course, I mean, it's a victory speech. Talked about his family. Talked about thanked everyone around him, and great. I mean, great. It seemed like a great victory speech and just a great campaign overall.
Well, and you can see kind of what Corey O'Connor is left with after Ed Gainey's time in office. And in Ed Gainey's 2021 campaign, he promised 7 things: public safety, economy, housing, environment, education, mobility, and youth. And the Pittsburgh City paper talked about which of these things that he's delivered on in his time in office. And so public safety, we did see a reduction in homicides and gun violence by 45%, and he improved police and community relations. And then with the economy, we didn't see him make that much progress. He kind of proposed plans, but none really seemed to work out. And with his promise on housing, he said, in 3 years, we got 2,000 units of affordable housing completed with 1,000 in the pipeline. And then he said that the $30 million affordable housing bond was a major accomplishment and highlights the pending overhaul of the Bedford dwellings. And he also heralds $600 million total investment plan for downtown by the city, state, and local businesses. And the investment is intended to create affordable as well as market rate units, increase safety, and improve public spaces such as Market Square. In the environment, we did see progress within the city limits, and the city is in the process of having conversations about building a solar farm on the slag heap. And part of Gainey's 2021 goal of investing in green infrastructure did come true. And he currently has an agreement with an Ohio company to have 40% of the energy here in Pittsburgh come from windmills. Education, we did not see much progress being made. It was recommended to him that he should close 14 school buildings due to the buildings being old, but with the economy plan not really going through, there wasn't much money in the budget to do these major changes. And with mobility, he's currently in progress. The cyclist and pedestrian deaths still are a challenge for Pittsburgh, and the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure has been doing different engineering projects to find out what intersections need to be fixed. Youth was really where he shined in his campaign promises. His administration had extended rec center hours around Pittsburgh and worked with the Penguins to improve Ammon Recreation Center in the Hill District. And his administration had also focused on programming, including youth internships and civic education classes. And on his re-election website, he actually talked a little bit about his concern with the youth, made it very clear that that was one of the things he cared most about. He grew up here, Ed Gainey grew up here in Pittsburgh, and he watched as his friends went to jail and childhood friends were lost to gun violence and drugs. So these experiences kind of made him want to find a path to fight for a better future for his community and the city as a whole. And then I was actually able to meet Ed Gainey when I did a package here for VODL at the Suicide Prevention Walk. He did seem very concerned with the city and the city's well-being itself. He was just very concerned with the people. So very much a good people person. Although he didn't deliver on some of the promised things in his 2021 campaign, we did see a little bit of change, which I suppose is good.
Yeah, and it's hard to
deliver on everything.
It's hard to deliver on everything. You need support, you need backing, you need money, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of competition, in the Democratic primaries because it's such a Democrat-heavy state. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a lot of people coming for your job, so didn't work out for him, but worked out very well for O'Connor, and that all looked great. We'll eventually go see Moreno's party and what's going on there. It won't be as great of a vibe after a loss, but it was obviously a hard-fought election, and I don't think there was an expectation there to win realistically. Mm-hmm. But we'll eventually go pretty soon. And I think when you talked about what's our incumbent's name?
Ed Gainey.
Gainey, yeah. You talked about his friends had experienced gun violence and a lot of different things that opened his eyes a lot. I feel like that being relatable to your voters is very important. When I did on my city council research, a lot of these people have worked various jobs in Pittsburgh, some even jobs that are very relatable, very normal, if you will, that many people in Pittsburgh can relate to. And I think that was a way that he could relate, and I think that's why he won in the first place. But a lot of these people are local, a lot of these people can relate, and I think his empty promises probably are the reason why he wasn't able to retain his seat.
Mm-hmm. Well, we kind of saw the relatable thing with O'Connor's speech. He was talking about at the beginning. I'm not sure if you could hear. He was talking about his son and how his son said his son made a joke that he would be voting for their grandma instead of his dad.
Yeah, definitely. And that makes candidates relatable when they talk about their family, when they talk about growing up in that place, if that's the case. Mm-hmm. And I think that gives the candidate a lot more appeal and makes their makes a lot of people think that their words hold a lot more weight when they talk about delivering on promises for people and for people of a certain area and for families. It's very important. And my dad knows a lot about that. He worked on campaigns. I was just texting with my dad and my aunt, and they were joking about how they both worked on campaigns, so they know how these election nights work.
Right.
And that's something that relatability from candidates is something that's very important, and that's something that I think a lot of the candidates in Pittsburgh are thriving on, and really everywhere, especially when it's hard to relate to presidential candidates, but it's a lot easier to relate to local candidates who really know the area, who really knows particular places. And I think that clearly O'Connor's campaign knocked it out of the park here and was really successful.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I feel like a lot of people liked what they saw in O'Connor because, you know, with the local elections, it might not seem like a big deal, but they're the people that are representing you, and especially when it comes to nationally and things like that, they're the people who will be representing you.
yeah, it's different scales of elections and totally different ball games. Like when you look at our certain governor elections, it's a much bigger scale, but here in Pittsburgh, much smaller scale, and the candidates are really able to take the temperature of a place and where they're at, where the state of the city is at, or where the state of their district is at, depending on the scale of their election. And I think you talked about how Gainey really had concern for the people of Pittsburgh, but I think so did the other candidates, and I think it's really about being able to relate to the people and speak to their needs. And when you don't follow through on your promises, it's really hard to win because people want change. And I think in the city of Pittsburgh, especially in recent years, there's been really a push for change. So I think that a lot of people have a lot of hope in O'Connor, clearly, to deliver on that, to deliver some change for various issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and earlier, when I was interviewing the SGA president here at Duquesne, he kind of talked about politics is really about the people. You need to know the people that you're representing.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not about you. You can play yourself up as much as you want, but if you can't relate to the people and delivering on their needs and the relevant needs and what the people are really looking for, it's really hard to win on any scale. So even an SGA election,
Yeah.
you have to know. You have to know. He had to know what people were looking for at Duquesne and
Know your audience and what they want.
their audience and what they want. And sometimes you have to change your approach based off their feedback. Your ideal approach may not be the one that you want to sell when you're running for office, because some of the wants and the needs of the people may go against your views, your personal views. So sometimes you have to alter what you're saying or the way you're saying things. It's one thing that I've learned a lot from these elections, because
Yeah.
it's all really tactical, and that's why you wouldn't believe how much, because I'm from DC, wouldn't believe how many staff members these people have just for one person, for one senator. It's because this is so detailed about how to win an election and how to serve your people. And to be around that, you really can tell when you're in DC kind of how this all operates, because my mom worked on the Hill, my uncle did, my aunt did, and it's definitely seeing local elections in other places, definitely a different perspective, because I'm used to the Senate and the House and all these different things.
Yeah.
So, but seeing here in Pittsburgh, it's a smaller scale because it's so much less of a political place. I'm able to see, okay, even just walking down the streets of Pittsburgh, you're able to see the issues that are really being talked about in Pittsburgh, because there's so much less national stuff going on. It's a lot more locally focused. So when I read about all these candidates and their issues they're focused on issues on housing, on the economy in Pittsburgh, and on the streets and keeping them paved, just stuff like that, you're able to see it a lot more when you're walking the streets of Pittsburgh, the issues that there are and the progress that the city has made, because it has made a lot of progress in recent years. So you're able to kind of see both sides of it.
And with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court 2025 election, there's more and more votes coming in. Currently, we're at about 31% of votes being counted, and to retain Christine Donahue, she's got about 69% being yes. That's about 736,528 votes. No being 31%. 330,346 saying no. And then to retain Kevin Doherty, we got 68.8% saying yes and 31.2% saying no. And to retain David Wecht, we got about 68.5 yes with 709,855 votes saying yes, and then 326,978 saying no.
For David Wecht?
For David Wecht, yes. So they're all around the same. Not any big differences we see here between the candidates. They're all about 68% yes, 30-ish% no.
So people were pretty much voting yes for everyone or no for everyone.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them have the same general views,
Mm-hmm.
and that's very important. For people pretty much have a pretty hot or cold view on how these people have done,
Mm-hmm.
and for the most part they're getting good reviews. So it's been a good night for them.
Yeah. And then earlier, being reported by the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, voting was extended in Chester County after a mishap. Chester County Voter Services plans to conduct a formal review into how third-party and independent registered voters were not included in poll books sent to all polling locations. So the county, in a news release Tuesday, said it will take action to ensure this error does not occur again. And shortly after 6 p.m., state and county officials announced that polls throughout the county would remain open until 10 p.m. The extension of voting hours was approved by a judge, the county said. Those entering the line between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. will vote by provisional ballot, officials said. Earlier Thursday, Chester County Voter Services reported that all precincts received poll books that omitted names of registered third-party voters. While it announced that it was immediately delivering supplemental poll books to precincts, such voters in the meantime had to vote with provisional ballots. The counting of provisional ballots could mean delays in calling tight races. Based on the state's voter registration statistics as of Monday, Chester County has more than 56,000 voters registered with no party affiliation and more than 18,000 registered with a party other than Republican or Democrat.
Definitely good that they've reacted to this really well, extending the voting hours. Everyone from 8 to 10 voting by provisional ballot. Clearly, they have prepared themselves for their mishap, just for possible mishaps. And third-party and independent registered voters were not included in the poll books. That's a pretty big mess up, because there are a lot of third-party voters. I think third-party voters are actually becoming a bigger thing because both sides, Republican and Democrat, have gotten so polarizing so far one side or the other, that I think a lot of people are registering independent, especially in Pennsylvania, where a lot of people tend not to identify with one side. That's why every year or every election, it seems like Pennsylvania's going red one year, it's going blue the next year or the next election, and it's important that I'm happy that they extended that.
Yeah, and Chester County is, I believe, right outside of Philly, so
Across the state, but
across the
still,
state.
yeah, still very,
but
that's still a very important thing to have people over there vote, and because throughout Pennsylvania you have a lot of divide in certain areas, so these elections are really important because these all change kind of the direction of the state, and whether it's going a conservative or a liberal direction, and more than 56,000 voters registered with no party affiliation, and 18,000 registered with a party other than Republican or Democrats. That in Chester County, I mean, that's a total of 74,000 people. That's not a small number. That can really make or break an election if they choose to vote for third-party candidates. So it really can. They can take a lot of votes from the Republicans and the Democrats. So I think it's very important. I think they did a really good job of handling this, though, because you see a lot of bad handling of election mishaps in various different places.
Yeah.
So.
And we've currently got New Jersey governor, New York City mayor, and Virginia attorney general updates. So with the New Jersey governor, Mike Sherrill has 56.6% of the votes, and Jack Ciattarelli at 42.9%, and that's 57% of the vote being in.
New York City mayor, which is a huge election. Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat, is leading with 50.2% of the vote. The former governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, has 40.8% of the vote. And Curtis Silva, the Republican, 8.2% of the vote. And Eric Adams, an independent, with 0.2% of the vote. That's 43% of the votes in thus far.
And the Virginia Attorney General, Jason Mayorkas, has about 48% of the vote, while Jay Jones has 51.6%. That's with 72% of the vote being in Virginia.
So that could change.
Yeah.
3%, 72% in, but they're counting. There are a lot more ballots to count. But Democrats have done really well down there so far tonight. So.
And with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, we've still got about the same numbers. Everybody's at about 67 to 69% yes, and 30-ish% no. So right around the same numbers as before, but now 33% of the votes have been counted.
So still a long way to go, but we can pretty much see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
There's not much of it out there.
Yeah.
All right. There was something on the teleprompter. All right, we're going to go to break. We will be back soon here on election night for Duquesne University, our coverage this Tuesday night.
Welcome back. Republican candidate Tony Moreno spoke to the press earlier in the night, and he told them he was expecting a successful election for his campaign. Duke reporter Charlotte Shields Rosie took a video as he came into Moonlight Cafe. Let's go to that now.
Because they all want change. It's basic. It's a basic premise. They want change. It's been now 8 years of people saying they want specific changes, and everybody talks about it, but nobody does anything. And that's what I do. I come in, and the change they want is there to be had. There's good reasons for it. So that's what I figured out, is what the problems were, what the fixes are, if they're attainable, put that together and bring it. So everybody happens to agree with that measure, and the politics gets in the way of bringing the things forward that need to be brought.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question. How are you feeling right now? I know some people are like, the election's called, some people are like, it's not called. How are you feeling right now?
I'm excited. Since they had mail-in voting, this is common. And until we can start moving the Republican Party to mail-in vote, we'll see this. I want to see the numbers come in. You see people coming and leaving their homes and leaving work and taking days off work to come and vote. I know what it felt like when they were talking to me and everybody was excited. So I'm not worried about that right now. I know the numbers are steep. It's been the way I've been told since doing this. So I just want to wait until it comes in, and we'll talk about it then.
Do you have any thoughts on the retention vote for the Supreme Court justices?
I didn't see it, but I don't think that 10 years at a time is the right way to look at it. Either make it a lifetime appointment, or everybody should have to run again for a vote of retention. I don't see how that makes any sense. But we'll see how the rest of the state plays out. Everybody should have to prove themselves. You run on your record. And we see how that plays out and how people vote. So they have records to run on, and every time it comes up, they should have to prove themselves to people again. That's the way I see politics, period. We come in, we vote for people to represent us, and as soon as that vote's over, they disappear until it's time again. And nobody gets the satisfaction or the change they're looking for.
I know earlier today you mentioned, Pittsburgh wanted to see change. What was some of the change that voters told you about when you were on the campaign trail?
They want to feel safe. I mean, public safety happens to be that one thing that everybody feels. You feel it. It's just not something on the news. It's not in the paper. It's not on a billboard. It's on your street, at your front door. It's at the corner where your kids catch the bus. Everybody knows it, and we now know why it's happened. People want to be able to have their families in Pittsburgh. They want to be able to have their kids afford to live in Pittsburgh. I want my kids to be able to stay in Pittsburgh. So housing was an issue, and how we are spending our money probably was the second biggest thing. Accountability and transparency. I'm bringing the transparency. I'm showing everybody, because they lie to us about where this money goes and how much is really here. So now it's time for accountability. And that's where a lot of the change people want is they want to see accountability in their representatives. When they tell them something, they want to see that happen. And it doesn't work that way. So that's what a big part of what brought me to this point is my ability to show that I'm going to do what I say. No matter what happens, if a party leaves you, it doesn't matter. I committed to this. I didn't commit to a party. I committed to people. And I committed to everybody in this room that I was going to run to represent them. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I do. I follow through on what I say, and my commitments are real.
Could you just reiterate again what you were saying earlier, how you believe that this is all sort of mail-in voting at the moment, but you're still
Yeah, the mail-in votes come in. That's already established. The Republican Party's way behind the ball on it. The Democrat Party, since they were able to do it, have mastered it. So really, unless that rule changes, we're going to have to play catch-up because of the way people vote. People don't want to leave their house and vote. They don't want to run this gamut of being have people shove stuff at them and say, hey, vote here or vote there with the million signs. I always wanted to run a no sign campaign because it's madness, but people want to see them. So if they want to see them, then we're going to give them to them. But that's what happens. The early votes come in with the mail-ins, and they're always going to be ahead. I got to sit down and look at how many people voted and what the precincts look like before we can really say anything. So it's something that needs to be addressed on a party issue. Our responsibility is to get to people and make sure that they're mailing in the vote to the right person. You know what I mean? I want them to mail it in to me, but we need we just need to work more on that, on the mail-in.
There are either two things that can happen tonight. You either win or you lose. What is your course of action for both of them?
If I win, I have to go start tomorrow and start meeting with union leaders and council people and department heads and just start getting this done now. Start figuring out how to find the money. I don't have to figure it out. Show them where I have the money found in the budget to start bringing police officers back into the city of Pittsburgh. How to prepare for this draft that's coming so we're not embarrassed by what we present to the world. Should we lose, my wife and I are going to start making our plans now to follow through on our mental health training. Like I was saying before, she wrote the book on mental health training for frontline workers. And we need to bring that to every place that has people serving the public, not just police officers. There's a place for it everywhere. So it's a very important, it's really a good program. It's internationally recognized, a crisis intervention team training. It's a certification training, and we have that. So we're going to start making pitches to make this a statewide requirement, trying to get that through MOPEC and make it a requirement for police academy graduation.
So Tony, you won't run again?
That's the plan,
Mayor?
not to run again. No, I've done it. The first time was to do that, and should I win and the people want me to be the mayor again, I'll do that again. But going forward, I don't see myself doing anything in any political position. First, this is nasty business. Politics here is gross. It's horrible. And I don't like being a part of it, but I committed to it, so I'm here.
Do you ever think a Republican mayor will be a reality in Pittsburgh? The last one was in 1933.
The last one before that was another 100 years, so anything can happen. People change. You know, it only takes one. It only takes that one to prove the point. And the point is, what we have now has been a deceptive cesspool of corruption in this city government. I've proven it. I've shown where the money's been stolen, and there's no follow-through. So until people get tired of it, I don't see it changing. And I thought right now is that time where people are tired of the abuse. We showed them where the money was being misspent, where it was being stolen. We showed them how there was no accountability. So, yeah, I think it's possible. I'm hoping to be that one. If not, the city of Pittsburgh is going to have to figure out what they're going to do going forward, because this can't keep up. I don't want to sit here and just try to anticipate what happens with a continuation of a Corey O'Connor mayor. I just know what's going to happen. It's the same plan. There is no new plan. And we can see how it's failing our marginalized community. They're running black families out of the city of Pittsburgh. They know it. I know it. The people that made the plan know it. So until those things all come together and people are mad enough, it'll be hard to change this. So it's not up to me. I don't know. I put myself in the position. Now people are going to choose.
Anything you want to say to your supporters, the people who did all the door knocking? What did you say to them?
I love them. See, it's hard to go to them and ask them to do it again. You know, it's difficult because you go through it the first time, and here you are again asking them to overcome these odds, and they are willing because they believe it. So I'm thankful and I'm humbled. It's humbling It's not easy for me to ask people to do these things for me. It's not comfortable. It's not in my natural self. So when it happens, I'm so overwhelmed, appreciative. It's hard to express that. It's just love. That's all I can give them is love from me and appreciation.
Tony, one last question. What motivated you to run again? I mean, 2021 happened, but what was inside you, or what prompted you to get back up and do this all over again?
The Republican Party asked me to run, and I told them no. And they repetitively asked me to run. The Democrat Party asked me if I was going to run. They were trying to plot around it, and I didn't understand that. But when they asked me, after I told them no, that I wasn't going to run for the last time, they asked me to sit down and talk to the person that they wanted to put forward, and asked if I could help them. And that person just was not capable of bringing forward the message and the information that I had taken a lifetime, a career, 24 years of understanding in my mind how this city works, where it's broken and how to fix it. You just can't give that to somebody and have them put that out the same way. And when I realized that this person that they were bringing forward wasn't going to be able to do that and represent appropriately, I made the decision then that I'm not going to let this all go to waste. This still needs to be brought out into the public. People need to know what's going on. So that's the decision I made. I made that decision to run that. All right, let's sit down. I'm going to go check out the numbers and get something to eat.
Welcome back. Now we're going to the Duke News editor, Caitlin Hughes, live outside the Republican Watch Party over in Mount Washington. Let's head to her now. Stronger stream connection to Caitlin, but tonight the election, it's been very one-way leaning. I think O'Connor definitely took that. We saw his speech earlier. It was great to watch, and then we'll have to see the recession speech from the other candidate. We'll see how Connor goes. Yeah. Not just this election, all the elections have been very close. I know right now we're watching New York City's election as well, but they are still counting the votes, so hopefully by the end of the stream they'll call that as well. We've also seen everything happening with the Allegheny Council and the Supreme Court, everything that's happening over there. We saw the New Jersey governor get called. And yeah, it's a very exciting night for voters and Pittsburgh citizens and American citizens as a whole. Yeah, I know. It's been a great night. The voter turnout has been great. We've heard from both sides. I think there's around 50,000 votes total for all the wards in the Pittsburgh area. And then soon we'll also see results from Fox Chapel and all the other sort of boroughs around the city and their specific mayors. So far, a lot of the results, not just in Pittsburgh, that I've seen, have been Democratic leaning. Yes, no. It'll be interesting. Okay, we have an election result from the Pittsburgh mayor. It is official. Corey O'Connor has won. Of course, he is the Democratic Party, and he has a total of 40,000 votes, 40,707 votes. And then Tony Moreno, who was obviously the Republican Party, had a total of 5,781. The race was officially recalled. And this is now on to the New Jersey governor. Right now, 63% of the votes are in. We have Mike Sherrill, who is the Democratic Party, leading with right now 57% of the votes. And then we have Jack Cittadinelli, who is a Republican, and right now he has 42.4% of the votes. Again, this is only 63% in, so we're still ongoing, but it looks like Mike Sherrill is favored to win. And now back to the New York City mayor, as I was discussing earlier. We have candidate Zoran Mamdani, who is Democratic. Right now he has 49.6% of the votes. We have Andrew Kumiko, who is independent, and he has 41.6%, so it looks like it's getting possibly closer in there. This is only 60% of the votes in right now. We also have Curtis Silva, who is a Republican. He has 7.9% of the votes, and Eric Adams, who is independent and has 0.3%. Again, this is 60% of the votes, but you can see Kumiko might be catching up with Mamdani here. It is, again, 8%, but anything's happening. And now back to the retention. We have the retention of Christine Donahue. The vote yes had 175,876 votes, and no was 62,886. And now the retention of Kevin M. Daughtery. The vote type for yes, it's 174,994. For no, it was 62,452. On to the retention of David Wett. For yes, we have 177,454. And for no, we had 61,109. And now for the Pittsburgh Member of Council District 2, we have Kim Celerento, who is a Democrat, and they currently have 5,025 votes. Aaron Kopner, who is a Republican, has 1,560. David Teresser has 370, and there's 26 write-ins as of now. And now for District 4 of the Pittsburgh Member of Council. There's Anthony Coghill, who's a Democrat and has 6,520 of the votes. Tracy L. Larger, who is a Republican and has 1,522. Brandon Naughton, who is AVP, has 875, and the write-in is 15. Okay, and as we said, it was a very ecstatic night over in James O'Connor, who got elected to be mayor. You could see from one of our reporters at the Duquesne, who was there from Duquesne, it was a very ecstatic night. He was very thrilled. And again, we haven't heard anything from the Republican Party, his recession speech, but we'll see on that. We'll keep you guys updated and posted. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how James O'Connor deals with some of the issues that he would promise, such as housing, everything that's happening with SNAP. It'll be interesting to see how he's going to deal with that. And it's also going to be interesting to see the recession speech. And then now I think we're going to head to the video that we were trying to play before.
So we had to sit down and crunch these numbers, and we never did this with groups in total because it was a plan that we put together on how to win because, everybody hears that we can't win. So we had to find a path to victory, and with Shar's help, because that's the brains of the operation over there, well, we were able to do it. And what we did is we looked at the last election, and just so you guys know that there is a small possibility that something does change here. The last election, we had this anomaly of a massive amount of votes that came in. And it skewed it, and we couldn't understand why that happened. But when you look at it, you start buckling down on the mail-in voting. Yes, the mail-in voting is going to be that off, way off. But the in-person voting, the plan was, we know that the voting turnout's going to be down, right? That's what we all saw out there. There wasn't a lot of in-person voting. So if we can build the Republicans that would come out and vote and get them to vote like it was a mayoral a presidential election, and not get the Democrat machine excited, letting them know that we're moving and getting people to come out and vote, we can come in and win by in-person votes because everybody was staying home. Now, we don't know, what we don't know is if we're going to have a turnout that equals a 48 to 50,000 person election, or if it's going to be that 70,000 vote election. If it's the in between 50 and 70, we're going to see that we're going to get real close here. If it doesn't go that way, we're going to see the returns, and it's going to happen here. We're only at 42 out of 400. So we need to see how these are going to come in. We don't know what precincts came in. But I know all of you felt it at the door. People are coming in and in-person voting and want to vote for me. They want to vote for us. So we're going to see how that happens. Now, we're going to know the numbers. As soon as we see some of those precincts that come in, we're going to be able to say, you know what, now it's beyond pale. We're not going to be able to get to it. And we'll go from there. But I'm just letting you know, the plan, how we had it set forward, is exactly what we're looking at, with the hope and desire that we moved enough people to come out and vote in that higher voting range. So just so you know, we're over here patiently waiting. No doldrums. I know that looks bad, but have that hope, because this was our plan, folks. We knew it was going to be this way. We knew that the path to victory was difficult, but it was there. Char, it was there. She knows it. We sat down and we crunched it. It's possible. So I'll let you guys know when it gets a little more clear. But cheer up. Come on, man. Honestly. We did something here, guys. You know what I mean? We made something happen. We showed that we will come and we will fight for the things that we believe in, regardless of what they tell us. Because I'm not going to be that person, and you obviously aren't either. You're not those people who are going to sit back and be told that it doesn't matter what you think. Just shut up and sit down and take it. I'm the wrong guy, and apparently we're all the wrong people, because we keep showing up here doing this. You know, like I said in the interview, why? Because there's a problem, and I'm not okay with just watching it. I'm like you guys. Something has to happen, and I just happen to be the one that was there to do it. And I'm proudly doing it. So cheer up, folks. We still got some time here. We still got some numbers to come in. I'll let you know when it's like bummer time.
All right, we just saw Tony Moreno, the Republican candidate in the Pittsburgh mayoral election. He lost tonight to Corey O'Connor, but a great speech there to a lot of his supporters. Clearly a great atmosphere there. He connects really well with his people, and I think it was going to be a very, very unlikely outcome for him to win, but he really seemed to just feel like he was the person carrying out the ideas of so many people. He was just the one to carry it out. It wasn't about him. It was about the people voting for him, and we had two really upstanding candidates in this election, which you don't get in every election. So it was great. We right now 40,707 votes for Corey O'Connor, our winner, and 5,781 votes for Tony Moreno, who fell well short tonight of winning the Pittsburgh mayoral election, but.
And I believe as of right now, that's about 84% of votes counted.
Mm-hmm.
And with the New Jersey governor, the race has been called with Mike Sherrill as the winner with 57% of votes, and Jack Ciatarelli with 42.4% of votes. And that's with 63% of the votes in.
The New York City mayor election, Zohran Mamdani won the election, the Democrat, with 49.6% of the votes. Andrew Cuomo, the independent, the former governor of New York, fell short with 41.6% of the vote, with Curtis Silva, the Republican, with 7.9%, and the independent Eric Adams with 0.3%. The race has been called for Mamdani. We are 60% of the way in.
And with the Virginia Attorney General, the race has been called with Jay Jones as the winner, 52.1% of votes, and Jason Mayorez with 47.5% of the votes.
For the retention of Christine Donahue on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, 200,109 votes in favor of keeping her on, 74,245 votes going against her. So it's going very well for her and all of her peers so far tonight.
And with the retention of Kevin M. Doherty, 199,095 voted yes, while 74,660 voted no. There's still some results rolling in for those, though.
David Wecht, his retention vote, 201,851 in favor of keeping him on, 73,109 against.
On the Pittsburgh Member of Council District 2, looks like Kim Salinetro is in the lead, the Democrat. 6,070 votes, where Aaron Koper, the Republican, has 2,024 votes. David Tessitore with 455 votes, and write-ins have 28 votes.
Pittsburgh Member of Council District 4, Anthony Coghill, the Democrat, with 7,392 votes, leading Tracy L. Larger, the Republican, with 1,762 votes. A solid showing for ABP Brian Naughton with 1,011 votes, with 20 write-in votes so far there tonight.
Pittsburgh Member of Council District 6, Robert Daniel Lavelle, 4,911 votes for him, while Jacob J. Dumont, the Republican, has 435 votes and 134 votes for write-ins.
District 8, no Republican candidate on this ballot. Erica Strasburger, the Democrat, with 5,048 votes and 86 write-ins. So, not too hard for her.
Mm-hmm.
Corey O'Connor is the 62nd member of Pittsburgh. We can go back. Let's look at some past Pittsburgh mayors. We've obviously talked about
Ed Gainey.
Ed Gainey.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back recently. I mean, I would be shocked how many. I mean, it goes all the way back to 1794.
Yeah.
But in recent years, it's been pretty much all Democrats. There was a fusion Democrat, Peter F. Flaherty, from 1970 to 77. He was a Democrat and then a fusion Democrat. And then the next one, Richard Caligari, was an independent Democrat and then changed to a Democrat. But besides that, no Republican since 1933 and 34 who was non-elected. So I guess replaced the previous governor or the previous mayor. So it's been a pretty steady trend of Democrats winning and controlling the city of Pittsburgh. They all have pretty much gone 8-year terms, 12-year term back 1994 to 2006. I'm not sure term limit. 4-year terms, no term limits. So not Ed Gainey didn't have a very long-standing tenure as mayor, but some do. We had Bill Peduto, the previous Democratic mayor of Pittsburgh, had 8 years. So it depends, but usually the Democrats do really well here.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And as we know, it's a big deal for the New York City mayor. Mamdani was called as the winner, and New York City is one of the largest cities in the U.S., so that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and Cuomo was the former governor of New York, and he was a polarizing figure. So
yeah,
it's it would have been a crazy reaction had he won, and there's going to be a big reaction with him losing. The Democratic primary was like a war there.
Mm-hmm.
But Mamdani ended up winning out and winning the entire thing. Cuomo ran as an independent, so because I think he was a Democrat but lost in the primary, but it was still like, I'm going to go into the general election.
Mm-hmm.
Ran as an independent and had about 40% of the vote. Didn't do terribly, but wasn't able to win. And that'll be a big change or not a big change, but definitely a
Big deal.
Yeah, a big deal in New York because it's
And
probably
even
the most important.
nationally.
Yeah, it's probably the most important mayor's race in the country, and this was a really competitive one because in some cities it can be like here pretty lopsided, but this one definitely was not that. But still, I mean, if you're the Mamdani campaign, you're really happy tonight, and
Yeah.
Cuomo, I mean, he was the governor of New York, but that comes with a lot of pressure, and he had especially had a lot of controversy.
Right.
So it was going to be a tall task for him to win, and he actually put in a really good, a really good campaign, and was able to get relatively close, but not enough to secure the office. I think was Eric Adams the sitting? Yeah, he is the sitting mayor of New York City, but yeah, he dropped out, so that's why he only had, because I was like, why did the sitting mayor have only 0.3% of the vote? But that's why he dropped out. I think he knew what his fate was going to be before the election. So
Yeah. You know, it's kind of a big deal that in Pittsburgh, Ed Gainey was hoisted out in the Democratic primary.
yeah, it's really hard. There's a lot of pressure on you as a mayor of any major city. So it's almost being an incumbent's kind of a curse in some instances. I guess just depending on the job that you've done, but those two didn't fare very well.
Yeah, because with the Democratic primary, there was Corey O'Connor won with 52.7% of votes, and Ed Gainey won with 47% of votes, with 0.3% of votes going towards write-ins. So.
Yeah.
But definitely showing that Pittsburgh wanted a change after Ed Gainey.
Yeah, Pittsburgh definitely wanted to change. And I think we'll see. I mean, when you vote for a candidate in the same party, you're hoping for different results, but definitely some similar values there. So we'll see how it shakes out. Over the next few years, but Pittsburgh definitely wanted to change, and they at least have gotten it in terms of changing who's in the seat. So we'll see the product of it unfold over the next few years.
Yeah, and I think for people who live in Pittsburgh, it's going to be a big deal, especially since I feel like a lot of people think that Ed Gainey didn't make that much of a change, at least based off of his promises. So we'll see if people are happy with how O'Connor goes throughout his term.
Yeah, that's why sometimes you don't make too many tall promises, because it can win you an election, but then when you don't follow through or aren't able to follow through, it can have some big
Repercussions.
consequences.
Yeah.
Some serious repercussions, and that's I think what happened in this case.
And Ed Gainey congratulated O'Connor, and he said, on social media, he said, "It's been my greatest joy to serve as the 61st mayor of Pittsburgh. I wish Mayor-elect O'Connor all the best as he assumes the responsibility of leading our city next year."
Pretty straightforward, but nice, well wishes. And I think that's one thing with the mayor, with mayoral elections. Every candidate really cares about that particular city and that particular area and the people inside of it. In a presidential election, you have so many different types of communities sprawling throughout the country, but when you're looking at a city, you're looking at a particular group of people with, you're able to see really the backgrounds of the people in that area. And I think that this is one where they truly are, even though they're running against each other, they really do support each other as opposing candidates. Once there's a winner, everyone I think is going to have O'Connor's back. I think overall,
I agree.
Yeah, I mean you'd hope so. That's what it sounds like there.
And CBS News kind of talked about what's next for Corey O'Connor, because right now Pittsburgh has a couple of budget challenges. And so CBS News says the city faces the end of federal COVID-19 relief funding and a drop in tax assessments on downtown buildings, plus concerns over an aging fleet of vehicles and drastic understaffing, resulting in burnout and increased overtime. In July, Pittsburgh City Controller Rachel Heisler's annual fiscal report found the city is spending more money than it's taking in. She described the city's financial situation as precarious. However, Heisler said the city is not yet in crisis, but will be unless steps are taken to rein in non-essential spending and raise new revenue. And the demands are continuing to grow as Pittsburgh struggles to financially meet them.
Yeah, I think that's another thing in you feel bad for mayors not being able to follow through on their promises because they do have budgetary restrictions, and I think that's going to be one that's going to be a challenge for O'Connor, and it's about managing that and learning from the mistakes of past mayors and the successes of past mayors. So I think at least people seem to be feeling a lot of optimism at the moment about him. So we'll see how it shakes out over the next little while, because it's a city that has grown but also has room for a lot more growth, and I think is very the people are eager to see changes and to see growth because the city has a lot of potential. And I think that it wouldn't be such a big deal if the city didn't have potential, and if the city didn't have citizens that really cared about furthering it. And it's great city to go to college in, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So I think even students here would agree with that. So I think this night is very important, even if it's one where you kind of know how the results are going to shake out. So.
And one thing I'm not sure if you guys were able to hear during O'Connor's victory speech, he says, "I want to thank you, the people of Pittsburgh." And he said, "This victory belongs to you. No matter who you supported tonight, we are united in the fight for a safer, more transparent, and more robust city." So he's kind of campaigned on a promise to move the city forward, and hopefully we're able to see that.
Yeah, hopefully. And I mean, he said that he's trying to unite the people whether they voted for him or not, because I think everyone wants they want success for the city. And so in some ways, people have different views for what success looks like, but I think to have a safer, cleaner, and more financially successful city with thriving businesses and a thriving housing market and housing economy, I think seems to be, when I did my research, that was what I saw. And it looks like they called the judge races, so we're going to go to the results now for the races for the judges of the state of Pennsylvania.
So with the retention of Christine Donahue, it's been called 219,590 voted yes, and 84,081 said no.
So she'll be staying on.
Yeah, she'll be staying on.
As will Kevin M. Doherty, who received 218,418 votes of yes and 84,543 votes of no. And
the retention of David Wett, he'll be staying with 221,462 of the votes being yes and 82,832 being no. So he'll be staying in.
Hold on. Yeah, Wecht stays on. My aunt, shout out to my aunt, she said he's from Pittsburgh. He's from Squirrel Hill, Pittsburgh. So that's one that's local. So that'll be a lot of people around here who know him or who have supported him are going to be very happy to see that. And Duquesne School of Forensic Science and Law is named after his dad. It's a WEC School of Forensic Science and Law. I did not know that, so my aunt
Neither
came
did
up
I.
with some really good information there. Better researching than me.
Yeah.
And that's a cool local story here. To have someone from really, really close to here have success, because it's a huge state, and to be a justice on the Supreme Court of this state is a very, very, very high up job. And congrats to him and all of them for keeping their seats. Clearly, a lot of people are happy with the way that the Supreme Court of the state has gone, and looks like we're going to have a lot of the same faces on the court.
Yeah.
And there's one coming up. They still have a 5-2 majority. They're maintaining the Democrats have their 5-2 majority. And isn't there one that's going to be 75 in 2027?
Yes, that'll be Donahue. She'll reach the mandatory retirement age of 75 for justices.
So do we know if that would be an election for that, or if there would be an appointing situation by the governor?
That's a great question. Doherty and Wecht won the 10-year term, so Donahue will be forced to retire. So.
Well, yeah, you're forced to retire at 75 regardless, right? Yeah.
And that'll be in 2027, so 2 years from now. And so now we'll be going to an exclusive interview with Marino and Charlotte Shields Rossi.
I'm very comforted at the people that have come and helped us, because it's real. It reinvigorates my belief that when people come together for a common cause, we all move forward for that same thing. And win or lose, we're in agreement that this is what needed to be done, and this is how we needed to go forward without fail. There's no quitting this because it's important. So I am so happy that we were able to do that, despite the Republican Party turning away from me. We were still able to coalesce and put together people that really, really cared about our city. And that's really ultimately what it's about. It's taking care of our city. And my hope is that something changes and they do better things. For us, we're retired. We've succeeded in our careers and up to this point in our lives. We both have children that are going forward with their lives. We both have things that we're going to do in the future, and trying to fix the city was one of them, and the city's not ready for that yet. So we're just going to continue on with the success that we have. I mean, we're very happy. This was, it was difficult. None of this is easy. But when you have people around you that really care and they love and they've turned everything away that is negative, and you come together and it lasts forever.
Would you be open to working with O'Connor on if you asked you to work on any initiatives regarding public safety or mental health? Would you be open to working with him at all?
Only if I didn't have to be asked to do things that weren't legal or against the rules. There's a lot of that goes on. People just circumvent what is supposed to happen and what is laid out for us. You know, this whole world runs on order. And when you break down and the leaders break down that order, it creates disarray, and that's what we're seeing. I would love to be able to straighten this city out. That's why I did this. This was not for nothing. I don't know under what situation that would happen, but if I could do it and be allowed to do it the way that it should be done, of course I would. I'm here to serve the city. I'm not here to serve people or parties. It's not individual people. I don't serve because it's fun to do. I serve because there's a need. So if I were to be called to do that, yeah, I would be hard for me to say no. But there would be a condition of, this has to go forward this way. This is what the rules say. This is what people voted for. This is what lawmakers gave us to work with. And now this is how this works going forward. So given a certain situation, yeah. But that's not up to me. And they would come to it. And that's exactly what I would say. It would have to be in the order of what's laid out in front of us and already established.
Yeah, definitely.
So there we had a exclusive interview with Marino.
It looks like he'll give his concession speech relatively soon, or at least that's what we're assuming his speech is. He hasn't given it yet, even though it's been a pretty lopsided night, but great, nice of him to give us an interview. Charlotte from one of our classes.
Yeah.
Shout out to her. She did a really good job with that interview and with the coverage of the Moreno side. Obviously not the fun night that you saw on the O'Connor side, but definitely a great interview there, and you can see a guy that really cares about the city and cares about its progression, whether it's him holding office or not. And he clearly has plans to still be active and involved in the city, which is what you want, regardless of party or anything like that.
And like we said, 91% of the votes have now been counted. So Corey O'Connor received 86.5% of the votes, 59,800, and Tony Moreno only received 13.5% of the votes with 9,344. So quite a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, they called it at 30%, so
yeah,
it doesn't look like the results, the percentages haven't changed much. But it's not like Moreno's refusing to give concession speech. He's been talking to people and been really upstanding in defeat tonight. And that was a great interview there by Charlotte. She was able to get a nice long interview out of him, and he was able to go into great detail on various things. So that was a really good interview there by her. And it's good that we had two upstanding candidates in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah, and then obviously with the call with the Supreme Court justices of Pennsylvania, the numbers stayed about the same, with about 60% saying yes and 39 saying no for each candidate, right about there, with 65% of the votes counted. But obviously it's been called by AP.
Yeah. Eventually, yeah. All right. It looks like we're going to go to a break right now. We'll be back possibly with the concession speech from Moreno here on election night from Duquesne University.
All right, welcome back, guys. My name is Brendan Flato here for your election night coverage.
First, we're looking at the map from our mayor's race here today. It's pretty blue. O'Connor won this one in a landslide. You can see that everybody voted pretty Democrat. But as we move on to our next map now, this one is going to be for the city council. And this one's significant because it shows Duquesne, and it shows that Duquesne's campus has a lot of blue votes. So that's very interesting if you're a Duquesne student, Duquesne alumni, or care about Duquesne at all, and which way the campus seems to have voted. And it's pretty blue here for the city council. Now we move on to the judges. And this one's significant because this one's not as much of a landslide. You can see a lot of red on that one. So this one was a little bit more even than the other two races. But it's still going to be interesting to see as these maps progress throughout the night how they seem to change. Now we're going to send it to Moreno and our reporters there. It appears that Moreno is giving a speech.
Come on, Northside.
I'm gonna get in way between you guys. Appreciate you.
Oh, hey, Jacob.
Sorry. Let me suck it in.
All right, you guys set?
Go to
Okay.
Tony.
Hello, Pittsburgh. I want to tell you first, thank you so much for allowing me to do this, for bringing me into the city, to allow me to represent you in the change that everybody's asking for. I want to tell everybody here that's around me, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody that's here has been with me when we first started to do this because everybody wants change. For everybody that's not here that went out and did that work, that hard work with little money, thank you so much for doing that. I know how much you gave. I know how much you put forward, not only physically, but emotionally. This isn't easy. So I want to tell you all, thank you. I appreciate it, and I love you for it. Team Red, you were there with me from the beginning. If anybody doesn't know, it's just a group of people that are really excited about bringing truth to the political world, bringing people in that are really going to make changes and be honest about it. They were with me from the beginning, and they're with me here at the end. People in communities, I want you to stay positive. Out there in the city of Pittsburgh, I know we're getting our butts kicked, but if you stay strong and you keep holding people accountable and you keep doing what we're doing now, they're going to feel it. They're going to have to change. You see what happens when you confront them with the truth and you prove it. That's the important part. Do not say things that you can't prove or that aren't true. Don't embellish. Tell people exactly what's happening, exactly where you're spending their money. Show them what happens by utilizing body camera video. Keep our leaders accountable. It's up to you on the streets, in our neighborhoods, to do this. Because until we get leaders in position that will do it, it's up to us to make that happen. So I encourage you, stay involved. Don't let this be something that turns you away. You have to use this. Use the lessons learned here to build. To the Democrat Party, get it straight, folks, because you're driving us right down, right into the pit of this earth. And Pittsburgh deserves better. To the Republican Party, you better catch up. You better stop turning away from your own people that get elected because it hurts. We have to come together and we have to build together. This political action has to stop. The R and the D doesn't work. We see it right here. We see it happen. So I'm asking you to try to get a hold of yourself and do reasonable things. Do things that matter to everybody, not just yourself. To my wife, dang it.
Dang it indeed.
Dang it.
Dang it indeed.
But Patty stepped in when the plan got broken, when the Republican leader decided he didn't want to answer the question on why the Republican Party voted for Corey O'Connor to be the county controller and why the Republican Party brought money to Corey O'Connor to run his race. That's all we asked, and That made them mad. But those are truthful questions that need to be answered, and they still haven't been. So get a hold of yourselves, Republican Party. Know what's happening. Go to your people and find out what's not working and what did. Because right now it's not working. We have to come together, Pittsburgh. We have to show everybody that we can do this. It can be done. We can see it. The money's there. The people are there. And all we have to do is show that love. So I want to thank everybody again. And thanks, Mom.
Oh.
She's in California watching right now, and I know she's proud. So I love you. And Pittsburgh, I love you. And I hope, and I pray that going forward, Corey O'Connor, you do us right. Good luck. This is what you were trying to get to, and you're here now. Use all those tools that are before you to make this city better, bring our police officers back to pride, and treat people with dignity and respect. Be honest, accountable, and transparent, please. And with that, Pittsburgh, thank you so much. Godspeed, everybody.
All right, everyone, and welcome back into the Union Broadcast Studio. I'm Brendan Flato here with Madeline Gromlin. We just heard from that speech there, the concession speech for this election. Tony Moreno has officially conceded the 2025 Pittsburgh mayoral election. He said personally that he thanked everybody who has been there with him from the start on his campaign, helping him run this election. And then he also mentioned that he was going to call Corey O'Connor, who is the winner of the 2025 mayor election in Pittsburgh, and congratulate him and also officially concede the election. Maddie, what are your thoughts on tonight's results?
So there are a lot of key takeaway from tonight, but here are some of the main takeaways. Obviously, Corey O'Connor was elected the Pittsburgh's next mayor. This continues the city's longest streak of Democratic mayors, which Pittsburgh hasn't elected a Republican mayor since 1933, which is kind of insane. But again, O'Connor, the people voted, and O'Connor continues this streak. His campaign really focused on city finances, public safety, and affordable housing, which are all primary issues for Pittsburgh citizens. Voters showed concern about downtown vacancies, budget shortfalls, and crime. And the Allegheny City Council races kept the local government under the Democratic control as well. 8 out of the 15 seats were up for election, and the Democrats retained a strong majority. Republicans picked up the modest support in some suburban districts, but made no major gains, which can also be seen similar to the mayoral election. Judicial races largely favored Democratic-endorsed candidates as well. The retention votes for sitting judges were mostly approved by pretty wide margins, as we can see from our coverage tonight. The results reinforced the region's Democratic lean in judicial elections. And the turnout was only moderate for the municipal election. Mail-in ballots played a smaller role than the pandemic-era elections, but they still influenced race calls. Key issues that shaped this election, were city finances. As I mentioned before, it's how to stabilize Pittsburgh's budget amid declining tax revenues. It's public safety, like filing police vacancies and improving community trust. Housing and revitalization, which addresses affordable housing shortages and neighborhood investments, and infrastructure, which updating the aging public system and services. So what comes next? O'Connor will take office in early 2026. With this, he will inherit the budget challenges and decisions about key city appointments, and including a new police chief. The county and city governments will likely work closely together on housing, transits, and recovery. And political observers say this election reaffirms Democratic dominance, but shows a growing demand for accountability and results throughout both parties. So I know you want to talk about little O'Connor. Who was he as a person, and what can we hope to see from him in the future?
Yeah, so Corey O'Connor, he's a Pittsburgh native, Pittsburgh lifer, if you will. He went to high school at Pittsburgh Central Catholic. And then, obviously, he went to Duquesne University and graduated in 2007. And he's worked in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. in multiple roles for most of his political career here. He was elected to Pittsburgh City Council representing District 5 in 2011, preceding his father, Bob O'Connor's previous seat, and there he served 10 years, and then he was appointed and elected as Allegheny County Controller on July 10th, 2022. Recently, O'Connor ran against current Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey in the primaries, where he defeated Gainey, and now he is being elected as the new mayor of Pittsburgh here in Allegheny County. Some of his emphasis are on the city budget, and as from his role as controller, he positions himself as someone who can manage some fiscal constraints. He also focuses on housing, more importantly, affordable housing. He pledges reforms of permanent and zoning to accelerate housing production, making Pittsburgh every family's first choice, and that's a quote from our new mayor. Neighborhood-focused growth, public safety and city services, and then economic development and permitting, focusing on the public safety and city services. He wants to bring in more police officers to the city, and another thing he wants to work on is transparency from the mayor's office to the people of Pittsburgh, making sure that they're on the same page with all the stuff that he is doing in office, which is what a lot of mayors say when they get elected. But we'll see if Corey O'Connor can do that. Maddie, do you have anything you want to add to that about O'Connor?
No, but let's talk about what happens to Ed Gainey, who was the former mayor, and then the losing opponent, Tony Moreno, after the election. So Ed Gainey, he lost the Democratic primary to Corey O'Connor, so obviously Gainey will leave office when O'Connor is inaugurated. In his final months, he proposed a 2026 budget that would shrink the mayor's office staff significantly, this signaling a lighter role in possibly preparation for this transition. He may return to service roles or advocacy. He hasn't really touched on that, but his loss may prompt him to reflect on his legacy and possibly focus on community organizations, something at maybe even the state level. Again, we haven't really heard much from him, but he has been very graceful in this transition so far. And then on to Tony Moreno. It's unsure yet if he's going to run again. He also ran previously in either 2020 or 2021, and he lost that election. But he came into the race with a law enforcement background. He was a retired police officer, and he emphasized public safety and accountability during his campaign. So hopefully he will see through these values and even as a citizen continue to spread the word. Given Pittsburgh's heavily Democratic tilt, his campaign also underscores the uphill battles for Republican and citywide races. We could see that in the map earlier that he was presenting about how it was completely Democratic all around, really, for the mayor race. What else do you have to say on that?
Yeah, so with Corey O'Connor taking office here, I want to kind of mention on some of the current issues that the city is dealing with funding and some other things. So let's talk about the budget here. So the state of Pennsylvania is currently dealing with some budget issues themselves with the new budget not being passed yet by those in charge of that in the state. Also, one thing that will cost a lot of money is the aging infrastructure of Pittsburgh, particularly bridges and other roadways. So a lot of the city and also a lot of the city-owned vehicles are also aging. This is going to be an expensive thing for Corey O'Connor to deal with once he takes office, figuring out where he's going to get that money from to fix these bridges, because obviously Pittsburgh has, in the country of the U.S., Pittsburgh is one of the cities that has the most bridges, and most of those are getting pretty old. They need to be resurfaced and updated. That's going to cost some money, so we'll be looking to see how he deals with that in the budget. Also, those city-owned vehicles, updating them, that's going to be an expensive thing. But then also we talked about his affordable housing and zoning. Housing is a top concern for voters in Pittsburgh currently, but O'Connor wants to encourage housing abundance, reform/permit zoning, and transit-oriented overlay. So kind of talking a little bit about the highways and the different roadways that we just talked about. And then there's a shortage of police and EMS in the city. O'Connor plans to emphasize staffing and community resource hubs. But obviously, first responders are a huge thing for any city, and with Pittsburgh having a shortage right now, that will definitely be something to look at and see how Corey O'Connor deals with that. Another issue that Pittsburgh is currently facing under Ed Gainey is economic development and revitalization. The city is, a lot of the downtown real estate is vacant right now, most of this stemming from COVID-19 and that time. And then another thing that O'Connor wants to do is kind of add more businesses into the downtown and kind of dive into like the AI storage aspect of businesses and what Pittsburgh can do to take a leap in that and using some of that open real estate in downtown, which the city is looking to fill up.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Pittsburgh has 444 bridges, so I'm 100% sure some of those need revitalized. I think it has the most in the world, but don't quote me on that. Italy might be a close second. But yeah, no, going off what he said, there's also a new leadership style and tone it will be at the City Hall now that Corey O'Connor win. His win marks a shift from Ed Gainey's administration, which focused heavily on equity and community partnerships. O'Connor's expected to, as he said, bring a more pragmatic budget-focused approach, as he stressed before, the economy, shaped by his time as an Allegheny Council controller. City staff and departments may see more emphasis on measurable results, and financial accountability because the economy is such an issue. And as he mentioned, the vacancy downtown, he'd be looking to fill that. He also mentioned how the public safety reforms may speed up. O'Connor has supported for hiring more officers while improving police-community relations. So definitely, as he said before, expect efforts to recruit new police officers, fill leadership roles, and invest in safety. And this could improve neighborhood confidence, especially in areas where residents feel underserved by the current policing. So that'll be a big issue. He also mentioned housing and neighborhood could expand. Both voters and officials point to affordable housing and neighborhood investments as some of the top local issues. So it's interesting how we're going to see how he deals with that during his administration. And it'd also be interesting to see if he runs again. Do you know what I mean? Again, we just have to play out this term. It hasn't even started yet. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And as Pittsburgh remains a solidly Democratic city, there's no sudden partisan shifts to be expected. I guess we'll see next election. But however, voters have shown they're willing to replace incumbents who underperform, meaning O'Connor will definitely face pressure to deliver with visible improvements early. His success or struggles could set the tone for the future of the city and county elections. Again, maybe we'll break that streak since 1933 of only Democratic mayors, but again, that's something we're going to have to see. And at least so far I've seen it, his change in leadership may boost optimism among residents who feel disconnected from City Hall under the previous administrations. It could also affect how Pittsburgh markets itself, as he, again, mentioned before, the economy, focusing on recovery and revitalization instead of symbolic politics, so actually seeing actions rather than just words. And this could help attract new investment, businesses, and residents back into the city. So there's a lot. This was a very important election. There's a lot to take out of it. Is there anything else?
Yeah. We talked a lot about the good things that people expect from Corey O'Connor, and that's why they voted him in office. But real quickly, I just want to just talk about one of the things that people are a little bit concerned with. Voters are a little bit concerned with O'Connor. It's because he comes from within the system, meaning like the city's government, the municipal government, going from council to controller, and has strong establishment ties. Some voters believe that he isn't going to want to make as big of changes, some of the changes that they want to see. They're not sure that he would want to do some of those. But as we're wrapping up here, and we're going to look at some of the final results from tonight. Obviously here, Corey O'Connor winning by a lot, 64,320 to 9,586. Yeah, it was That's a big race of tonight.
Yeah, that race has officially been called, as well as this one. The governor of New Jersey, Mike Sherrill, who was a Democrat, he got 56% of the overall vote, and Jack Cittadelli, who was a Republican, got 43.4. Interesting to also see a Democratic shift there as well. And this is 90% of the votes in, but again, the race has been called.
Yeah, this was a pretty, just talking about that last one real quick, this was a pretty big race that people were looking forward to a lot in New Jersey. Obviously, Sponberger versus Cittadelli. I live in Philadelphia, so we get some of our news is in New Jersey, and this one's been on the news for a while. They've been campaigning during Phillies games.
Oh,
so
smart tactics.
I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah. And now on to the mayor of New York City. Zohan Mamdani has won. He is a Democrat, and he got 50.3% of the votes. The race has officially been called, but this is 90% of the votes in. Kumko came in at second. He is an independent party, and he got 41.6. Silwa, who was a Republican, got 7.1, and Adams, who was also independent, got 0.3. Interesting to see those results as well. I know Mamdani was the favorite to win, but again, a Democratic shift.
Yeah, and then the vote to retain Christine Donahue. The vote yes, with pretty much all of the votes in here, is 240,985 to just under 100,000 votes to vote no. So the retention of Christine Donahue was successful for all those who wanted her to stay in office.
And now on to the retention of Kevin M. Doherty. For the vote yes, there's 239,657 votes, and then no was around 95,000, and this race has been called as well, so it looks like Kevin is staying.
And then David Wecht, he will also be staying, as this race has been called. 242, just under 250,000 votes was enough to get the job done for David Wecht. He will also be staying in office.
And now for the Pittsburgh member of Council District 2, Kim Saurento, who is a Democrat, has 6,772 votes, and she took this home today. There was also Aaron Kopner, who's a Republican, who got 2,165 votes, and David Teresador, who got 509. And this race was called by a public source.
Now for District 4 of the Pittsburgh member of City Council, Anthony Coghill will win this one. He is a Democrat, winning it with 7,663 votes. This race was also called by a public source.
And now for Pittsburgh member of Council District 6, Robert Daniel Laval took home this one. He was a Democrat, and he got 5,399 votes. And Dumont, who was a Republican, is in a close second with 525 votes. This was called by a public source.
And then for District 8, Erica Strasberg, the Democrat, won with 6,600 votes. There was not a Republican who ran for this position. 123 write-in votes, but this one was called by a public source with Strasburger winning.
Perfect. And it was a very exciting night, a lot of exciting turnouts. It looks like the Democrats really took over.
Yeah, this has been a historic first here at Duquesne, a live election night, a collaborative broadcast with the Duquesne Student Television, and Duquesne Student Radio.
We want to thank our producer, Morgan Carr. We want to thank President Ken Gormley, Professor Joe Mystic, SGA President Nick Miller, Editor-in-Chief and Opinions Editor of the Duke, Elia Gasson, and Naomi Gerson in the studio with us today.
And then Duke reporters Josh Emhoff, Caitlin Hughes, and Charlotte Shields Rossi that reported from various Pittsburgh locations. Statistician Jack Morgan, Technical Director Harley Veravet, and Audio Tanner Mao.
And a thank you to all of our hosts tonight and our devoted viewers. Join the Voice of Duquesne Live every Thursday, 3:30 on the Duquesne Student YouTube Radio. Thank you all and have a good night.